Good afternoon and welcome to the Arnesville Sporting Complex. Have a live action for you in the CG United Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blaze match between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Guyana won the toss and elected to bowl first this time around. As we see Plafiana Millington starting proceedings there from the Old Airport end. And for Trinidad and Tobago, we have Chanel Saw and Geneva Joseph to start proceedings for them. Millington starting with a wide, but a very consistent performer for the Guyana team. They'll be looking to make all the inroads into this batting lineup, as I'm now joined by Rajiv Roberts. Rajiv, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Aznet. Good afternoon to viewers of this encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Toward a fourth place playoff here at Arnesville as we get in closer and closer to that final game tonight at 7 o'clock. Barbados will take on Leeward Islands. But now it is Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana.
Millington, as we mentioned before, a very consistent performer for the Guyana team. Always seem to bring that sort of consistency to proceedings. 8 wickets in the tournament so far for Millington. Leaves off 5th in terms of that standing. Most wickets in this tournament. Spinner starting proceedings in the power play. Always a challenge, but it's a challenge that she has really relished so far in this tournament and even in previous editions.
Yeah, she has been doing well for Guyana so far. Over is going for 4 runs. Still have 2 legal deliveries remaining. The spectators here at Arnesville playing field, and no number will come out tonight for the finals.
Well, I'll hope that is the case, Rajiv. Certainly a good final, 2 of the better teams or 2 of the best teams in the tournament. That is when it's punched down the ground nicely. Should challenge the boundary. In fact, just rushes into the boundary. I think that ball just seemed to pick up a bit of pace after it went past the fielder there at mid-on. But a very good shot there from Joseph. She's up and running, Trinidad and Tobago. Not a bad over. 6 without loss. Apologies. 8 without loss it is. A couple of extras in that over as well. But Joseph and Saw looking to build somewhat of a platform for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They're another team, Rajiv, whose batting hasn't been anything to really write home about. They've had a few good performances here and there, but I'm sure they'll be the force to admit that they've really underachieved in terms of the bat. Their bowling has been exemplary at times, consistent, but just the batting, similar to what we spoke about earlier in terms of the windwards. They will need to finish off this tournament on a good note, as we see Grimman, Shanita Grimman that is, to partner Millington from the Beckway end.
Well, what I could say there, Aznet, in terms of grades, so if you got to grade the teams according to how they play, the grades are just there. The top 2 teams, the better 2 teams of the tournament will be playing the finals, and we're coming down in numbers. we saw this morning Jamaica take on the Windward Island. They are 5th and 6th place. And now we are looking at the 3rd and 4th place playoff here between Trinidad and Tobago. So if we have to look at the grades, we could definitely grade them from 1 to 6.
Fair enough. The most consistent teams in this tournament being Barbados and Leeward Islands, both of which will be contesting that final later on at 7 p.m. right here at the Arnesville Sporting Complex. So those of you at work still have a bit of time to get ready and make it a family occasion. Few spectators currently in the ground. Littered all over this stadium. Hopefully later on we'll see a bit more as this one is driven was straight to the field at their backward point. There's no run. 9 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago. Being inserted here by the Guyana team. Guyana looking to change things up a bit. The encounter during the previous encounter, they were bowled out for the lowest total in the tournament, Guyana, 57. So I think it was just a matter of them trying to do something different this time around, bowling first, hopefully restricting the Trinidad and Tobago to a total that they can afford to chase down quite successfully. As the second over comes to an end, and at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago, they are 10 without loss.
And without loss is a good score for the Trinidad and Tobago, going at 5 runs per over. But as you mentioned, spectators coming out later on. Today's a Friday, and normally in St. Vincent we call a Friday anytime after 4 is after walk line. But I think you could definitely, those of you in St. Vincent, could come on down, bring your family. The lights will be on here at the Honnesville playing field. 2 big teams tonight. The Leeward Islands will be taking on Barbados in the finals. Just come and support the ladies on show tonight. And you could still come on down at this time.
Just want to engage you a bit, Rajiv, in terms of the assessment of the tournament so far, something we did previously in the previous game, Windwards and Jamaica. We start with Trinidad and Tobago as a team. What are your thoughts in terms of their performances throughout the tournament?
Well, what I could say about Trinidad and Tobago team, I love there has some bright sparks in there of the likes of Jairam, who picked up 4 wickets and put dent in the Guyanese woman a few days ago. And also the captain, I think is Hari Charan, Ramharak, yeah, and Hari Charan as well. So they have some good players coming through with the likes of Anisia Mohammed still there and so forth. So it's just about guiding the younger youths coming through and push them where they want to be, because the ultimate goal here, Osnet, is West Indies.
I think it's a relatively young team, the Trinidad and Tobago team. I think they've invested heavily in youth. The moment hasn't paid dividends as well, but it's a good looking shot there. Should challenge the boundary. Not the best of efforts there on the boundary. And it rushes into the fence. So another boundary there for Joseph. Starting quite positively here. And the Trinidad and Tobago team, they're up to 14 without loss.
Good going by with the Trinidad and Tobago team, 14 without loss in over number 3. Important that you see how much you can get from the power from the 6 overs in the power play.
This one is walked neatly behind square. Gets a single. A good batting here from Joseph. Good positive intent. Something that we have been yearning for throughout the tournament a bit more consistently. Gajnabi coming into this 3rd over. That's something we see quite often in terms of bowling in the power play. Gajnabi normally comes in the middle overs after the spinners have bowled the majority of the overs in the power play. But this time around, coming into over number 3, before conceding 5 runs. Trinidad and Tobago just going around that 5 runs per over. I think the most important thing for them so far is that they've not lost the wicket. And this one's punched up actually. Should challenge the boundary. Good bit of feeling there from Williams. Limits the batter to 2 runs. So 7 runs from that over from Gajnabi. Trinidad and Tobago, after being inserted here this afternoon in game number 2 of the final round of fixtures in the Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blaze, they are 17 without loss.
New bowler with ball in hand, Ashmini Munisa. Good going here for Trinidad and Tobago. Guyanese will definitely love to pick up a wicket here, Osnet. But the Trinidadians and the Trinidad women won't want to have any of that. They're trying to see how much they could get out of this power play. Seal the deal for the Trinidad ladies. And you know these two countries, Osnet, at lunch today.
I think the loss of wickets in the power play, that has been the Achilles heel for a lot of the teams in this tournament. Trinidad and Tobago will be quite pleased that we're into the fourth over. No wickets lost so far, and they're scoring just around 5.3 runs per over. Not a bad going, given what we have seen in the tournament so far. But if they have the opportunity, I'm sure they'll want to just push on a bit, maybe get that run rate up and beyond 6.5 runs per over. Wickets in hand always allows you that opportunity to accelerate at a later time. We see another wide delivery there from Munisa. Bit of tone as well. One of those bowlers in the tournament who has managed to bowl quite miserly and at the same time just being quite penetrative. Got a 4-wicket haul earlier on in the tournament. So also second on that list of wicket taker. This one skied and easy catch in the end from Gajnabi. So we were speaking about the fact that she's quite penetrative in terms of getting wickets. And she gets the breakthrough for Guyana. As Saw goes for 6. Trinidad and Tobago, they lose their first wicket. It's 19 for 1. Just looking back at that replay. Flighty delivery to some extent. Shot was on, but Saw just didn't time it well enough in the end. Just kind of a catch there to Gajnabi, who was never going to put that one down, given our experience and competence at this level. Always good to have that sort of player in a team that you know for sure that they're not going to make any sort of mistake whenever that sort of opportunity presents itself. Gajnabi has been a very good all-around cricketer. Munisa once again amongst the wickets here for the Guyana team.
Picking up wickets in the power play is important for the Guyana women. If they want to restrict Trinidad and Tobago as low as the lowest possible score. Still at the wicket is Joseph, 10 from 11. Trinidad and Tobago 19 for 1 in the fourth over. Projected score 109. Looking good from here, the projected score. I hope they get somewhere around the region of 101 to 120, which will be challenging for the Guyanese women.
One thing I've learned in this tournament is not to really place a lot of emphasis on that projected total. That this is a bit of a misfeel. Should get close to the boundary. A good bit of feeling there from Schultz. Not the best of efforts there in the cover region from Plafiana Millington. Never really got done. In the end, offered the opportunity there for 2 runs, and that was accepted quite gleefully by Cooper, who's the new player to the crease. Just coming forward and stroking that one through the cover region. Minimal risk on that occasion from Cooper. It's working this one neatly again. Chance for second, and they get it quite comfortably in the end. So putting a bit of pressure there on the Guyana fielders. And Brittany Cooper, very experienced player as well, someone you would expect to be mindful of those sort of opportunities, and in the end getting 2 easy runs, so 23 for 1.
$23 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago ladies. Brittany Cooper 4 from 2. Joseph 10 from 11. That's the end of over number 4. Score on 23 for 1.
Successful over there from Ashmini Munisa. Getting the wicket of Saw in that over. Once again, starting a spell by showing for wicket-taking abilities. Trinidad and Tobago women 23 for 1, just scoring just below 6 runs per over. Lost that wicket in that over, but it has been a reasonable start in the context of what has transpired so far in the tournament. Brittany Cooper, I think she's going to be key here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Always an important player in this lineup, coming in at number 3. Such a critical position. Number 3 player tend to dictate the pace of the innings. We'll be hoping that she can do so this afternoon, as Millington again comes into her second over. Normally bowls 2 overs up front, then you will see her coming in the back end of the innings. Plafiana Millington. So looking around the ground. Fielder there at mid-off, mid-on. Cover, extra cover. Backward point. Short fine leg, mid-wicket. And 2 fielders out are those 2 fielders on the deep square leg boundary and deep mid-wicket. So with the off-spinner bowling, a bit of protection on that leg side. This one is played nicely backward of square on the offside. Thought of a second on that occasion, but Shanita Grimman, creating that bit of doubt in the minds of the batters on that occasion, just setting for the single. But a good looking shot there from Joseph. Continues to play well. The start of her innings, 11 from 15 so far. Sweeping this one, Cooper. Behind square on the onside. There goes Williams. Comes around and limits the batters to another single. Succession of singles, something that we've not seen a lot of in this tournament. But certainly, as this one is played nicely. Well timed there from Joseph. We're just speaking about the fact that she started her innings so well, timing the ball beautifully on this occasion, not trying to overhit this to any extent, just leading forward, playing it with the anticipated turn and timing it past that fielder at mid-on into the fence for 4. Good end to the over, that is, as Joseph continues to impress.
Yeah, batting well here is Joseph, 15 from 16. What I will definitely love to see from her is that she carry on to the end. Batting all 20 overs is very important for her. We haven't seen a total anywhere in the region of 80 to 100 as yet. We definitely love to see one on the final day here at the Arnisville playing field.
Munisa it is to continue proceedings and beating the outside edge on this occasion. A bit of drift, a bit of bounce as well. On the tallest of players, quite diminutive Munisa does get that sort of overspin, as they would say. This one is short, and Cooper on that occasion would feel like she would have missed out on that sort of opportunity. Looking to pull that one behind square, that missed it completely, so wide conceded. As Munisa, bit of consultation there with Shanita Grimman, there at mid-wicket. Show type of information was transmitted. Let's see how it goes. One is flighted again and beats Cooper outside the off stump. And there's no run as we welcome back into the commentary box Kenroy Martin. Kenroy, how was your lunch, sir?
Full of curry. Plenty curry. 2 curry sides on the field, battling each other. Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. Can't tell everything about curry. Allow them to.
Not a bad start here from TNT though. This one is short again and pulling it, but straight to the fielder there on the deep square leg boundary. Single. She would have been looking for a bit more there from That delivery, Brittany Cooper. Get the sense that this partnership is getting some sort of momentum, gaining momentum slowly. Still in the power play as well. Final over of the power play, in fact. Final delivery coming up. 31 for 1. Not a bad power play so far, Kenroy. In the context of what we've seen today and even in the tournament as a whole. Well, she's driving this one straight to the fielder there at mid-off. Casey Schultz taking that one with her eyes closed. It must be said, such was the nature of that dismissal, a soft dismissal. We were just praising the effort of Joseph, who started quite well, but such has been the case throughout the tournament, Kenroy. Players looking set, looking comfortable, and basically giving it away.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that as well. She's pretty much, she looks good. She's timing the ball nicely. And she just actually just lost concentration. Actually, and the last ball in the power play, stroking it straight to the field at mid-off. A simple catch, easy dismissal, and she has to go back to the dugout, really. Another soft dismissal, and this continues to haunt the tournament. Set, not playing through the innings, not setting that base for the others to follow.
Just wondering if she was defeated in the flight to some extent. It doesn't look like she was aiming to go aerial, but maybe just dipping on her at the last moment there, and in the end just spooning a catch. Quite simple catch in the end, but well taken there from Schultz. Guyana, they get their second breakthrough, last ball of the power play as well. I think that would have been a disappointing part from the perspective of Joseph. Done all the hard work really in the power play, and then losing a wicket on the last delivery of that power play. Not what the Trinidad and Tobago team would have been expecting at that particular stage, as we see Gajnabi continuing proceedings, and this one is driven beautifully through the covers. Well timed, well placed, and well rewarded with a boundary on that occasion, Brittany Cooper.
Yeah, how value really from Gajnabi. You call it a loosener. And Cooper on her front foot, stroking it nicely along the ground, beating the field at cover into the fence for a lovely shot. Nice way to get off the mark. Nice way to start proceedings for Gajnabi. First delivery, putting her under pressure as well. She has to come back good. 35 for 2.
This one is driven sweetly again outside the off stump, out to that fielder, changing field before that delivery. That fielder deep extra cover, now in position, just to give a bit of cover for Gajnabi at offside. But Brittany Cooper, good looking player at times. We've seen quite a bit of her over the years. Brittany Cooper always seemed to be in control of the situation. Is it one criticism we can have is that at times she doesn't score as quickly as she would like, or perhaps her team would like. But a very good start here, from a positive start from her. 11 from 10 deliveries in this innings. So long may it continue from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective.
Yeah, very talented player over the years, and that's all we could say really. Talented, she has not really come before. We have not seen her blossom really as we expected. A couple of years ago she came through, she was very exciting player to look at. And she just kept that sort of level. She have not really stepped up to the level that you would love her to be, as her potential had shown us. So she has really just stayed at one level for me, my opinion. Needs to get a little bit further with all the talent that she has. Do much with the bat for Trinidad and Tobago. He has the experience as well. He's been playing for a couple of years, so she knows what she's about.
I think they'll need a sort of experience to set a total here on the board, just to finish the tournament on a high. And we spoke about the fact that the 50 over tournament is just around the corner, starting next Tuesday. And most of these teams are still in the process of trying to work out the right combinations, try and see if players can get themselves into form This one again, walk behind square on the onside, should get into the boundary. A couple of boundaries in this over for Brittany Cooper, one through the offside. This time around, just walking it neatly behind square on the onside, raced across the outfield for a very good result for her and the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, this is what you will get from Brittany Cooper. Bad delivery, she dispatched them, gets in, playing very well, and all of a sudden, a loose delivery or a delivery just on line and length, and she plays across the line or hit the ball in the air and get out. So that's the area for cricket that she needs to work on. She already 15 from 13 deliveries. So, she needs to carry on for Trinidad and Tobago here, bat as long as possible. Hit the ball on the floor, pick up the ones or twos, look brisk, get busy with it. I think that would help her cricket, rather than just looking for big shots at time.
Good positive start from her, Brittany Cooper. I think that has been the frustrating thing really from an outsider looking in, neutral perspective. Ever so often we are seeing players look quite comfortable playing on the wickets. So clearly the wicket is not really the problem. I'm thinking it's a matter of mentality and how well you're able to hold your temperament. Because we've seen players at times reaching 15, 20 quite comfortably, but ever so often just giving it away as a chance for a run out on this occasion. But in the end, Cooper making her ground. A good single there, good positive intent in terms of their running. As we look at the start of the 8th over, Trinidad and Tobago 42 for 2.
Yeah, good positive running, that's what you need in the middle when you have lost 2 early wickets in the innings. And these 2 players are 2 senior players as well for Trinidad and Tobago. So it would be good for them to come to the party today and play good innings, actually set the foundation and really press on it.
One on the line of the leg stump. Griman drifting a bit into the pads of Cooper there. Just got out, well, appears to be runs. Signal there from the umpire. Sure, she would have wanted to get a bit more bat on that delivery. One is flighted and hit officially, but a couple of bounces out to that fielder Williams on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Probably there, just going half-heartedly on that occasion. Normally, she's a powerful strike of the ball, but still looking to get used to conditions, I guess. Single in the end. This one is walked neatly again. So good batting there by these 2. You get the sense that a bit of momentum coming into the innings. I'm hoping that I do not jinx the partnership. I mentioned that about the previous partnership. But certainly a bit of cricketing intelligence on display here in terms of walking the ball into the gaps and taking advantage of any sort of whiff this time around. Just finding the fielder there. Williams, deep extra cover. Both Williams patrolling those deep areas for Guyana as usual. And it's the end of the 8th over. Trinidad and Tobago. Reasonable start, 46 for 2.
Yeah, a nice little partnership between these 2. 15 from 11 deliveries. And they didn't take any boundaries. They just take smart cricket, hit it in the gap, run hard for the first one, come back for the second one. And simple cricket like that could get you up to a total of 140 easily without any risk. And that is the question we've been asking. Why aren't these players doing the necessaries? Trying to hit the ball out the ground, trying to make the big shots. And that is what normally gets them out. The horizontal bat shot in your set. Hit the ball with the full face of the bat down the road. Play the ball on its merit. These 2 have played just like that for the past 11 balls. And they got 15 runs without taking that risk.
I think it's all about minimizing risk. Especially in a tournament like this where scores haven't been in the top echelons as you would expect. Just a matter of trying to get a competitive total and what plans you have in place as a team to reach that particular total. As we see Danelli Mans take up the attack from the Old Airport end. I believe she's coming in for her first game in the tournament. Opportunity for the youngster to make a name for herself. She has to bowl a little bit of leg spin. Not the easiest skill in the world, leg spin. So far, 2 dot deliveries to start this 9th over. Bowling to Kirby. Kirby at times in this tournament has shown her power. Just hasn't been able to do it on a consistent basis. Kirby. This one is short and punching it out to long off for a single. Continue to deal in singles, the Trinidad and Tobago team. But this partnership, Kenroy, is a crucial partnership for Trinidad and Tobago.
It is. 2 of the most senior players. And it's important that these 2 bat as long as possible. They're 47 for 2 now. And once they bat over a period of time, just the way that they are doing it here, I think Trinidad could put up a very good score. This one is punched to backward point. Oh, it goes through the leg of the fielder into the fence for 4. Naughty, naughty, naughty. 4 runs. The Cooper. She's playing pretty well today. And Trinidad and Tobago looking pretty solid here today with these innings. They have lost 2 wickets, yes. But naughty, naughty through the legs of the fielder into the fence for 4. So feeling continues to be terrible here in this tournament. 51 for 2. Again, she's a little bit too short. And Cooper is satisfied getting a single from that delivery. And easy as that, she moves up now to 21 from 17.
Good batting once again from Cooper, taking advantage of any sort of loose deliveries on offer. This one is short and bold. All ends up going straight across the line on that occasion. Kirby, not the best of deliveries, but in the end, getting the breakthrough for her team is Man and Trinidad and Tobago. They lose their 3rd wicket. It's Kirby bowled by Mans, and it's up to looking back at that replay, just a short delivery, 52 for 3, and missing it completely there, Kenroy.
I just spoke about it. A good partnership going. The horizontal bat shot, they go towards it, then they get out, and the partnership is broken. So said, so done. A short delivery, yes, but you got runs from the over already. You could have knocked the ball down to mid-on, mid-off. She went for a maximum, missing it completely, and it crashed into her stumps. So Guyana is not mad with that. They have taken the 3rd wicket, 52 for 3, and 9 overs completed. Kirby goes back to the dressing room, disappointed again.
It just seems like every time some sort of partnership is developing, you're seeing a lapse in concentration. Not the best delivery, as we mentioned, but in the end, going across the line. Whenever you're going across the line like that, you have to make sure you make some sort of contact. And Kirby missing it completely, losing her middle stump. Shake of the head as well. She would know that that was a delivery that deserved to be put somewhere in the region of that Mike Finley's pavilion. But it's Schultz to start over number 10. Punching it again is Brittany Cooper. He's going to be key once again. We've spoken about this before. Given her start, given her pedigree, given her experience at this level, it's going to be crucial for her to guide the remainder of the batting here for Trinidad and Tobago, as we see Anissa Mohammed coming into play, another experienced player, someone who has played a couple of handy innings in the tournament so far.
Wide signal by umpire. But faster, quicker delivery outside the off stump left by Mohammed. So these 2 together again would have to bat in accordance to situation and circumstances here. Calling for a single, but Cooper is not interested in that. That delivery was just like a half volley, really. Stroked it back to mid-off. Again, that's a good delivery, just pitching and turning. She's playing inside of that delivery. Have to be very careful there. Good bowling there by Schultz.
A bit of turn on that occasion, just going past the outside edge of the right-handed Mohammed. Certainly a wicket that offers a bit for the spinners. As I say that, this one is misdirected. Down the leg side. Direct hit there. Bit of an appeal. We'll be trying to catch Mohammed off guard on that occasion, but given our experience, always running right through. In the end, completing a single. This one punched down the ground for another single. Trinidad and Tobago just need to keep their wickets in hand. So far, we have seen a conscious effort to get those singles, but they've just lost wickets whenever a partnership has been developing. And they'll want to make sure that that doesn't replicate itself anytime soon. These two quite experienced, as we mentioned before. Anisa Mohammed, someone who has played at the highest level for West Indies over the years. Known for her bowling, but can also prove to be a handy cricketer with the bat in hand. As she's off the mark, pulling this one out to deep square leg. So it's the end of the 10th over, halfway stage. Trinidad and Tobago, after being insulted here by Guyana in the third place playoff, they are 58 for free. As the players take a short drink, we'll do the same as well here in the commentary box.
Well, welcome back to Annesville Playing Field, where we're here in the second half of the Trinidad and Tobago innings. The second game of the last day of this West Indies T20 blaze. Annesville Playing Field, third and fourth place playoff between Trinidad and Tobago. Fellow commentators call them the Curry countries, and tell them about Curry. But we are here telling you about the cricket. 58 for 3 Trinidad and Tobago. He has just picked up a first wicket, and she's bowling now to Mohammed. Man's first game in the tournament, first over, picking up a first wicket. Congratulations to her. And with me is Rajiv Roberts. Rajiv, welcome back.
Just glad to be back as well, and with the score on 58 for 3, the second half of the batting innings for Trinidad and Tobago. At the wicket is Anisia Mohammed and Brittany Cooper. Brittany Cooper 23 from 19, Mohammed 1 from 5. Doing well here so far is Trinidad and Tobago. Kenroy, before I have to make mention and say happy birthday to Dr. Kishore Shallow, celebrating birthday today, President of West Indies Cricket.
Big up yourself, Dr. Shallow. Honorable Dr. Kishore Shallow, Minister of Tourism, Vincent and Guyanese, President of the West Indies Cricket Board. Key man in several areas. Development when it comes to cricket. And when it comes to tourism, he's the man in charge. So happy birthday to you, sir. Publicly announcing it as cricket continues here at Annesville. Well, another wicket has fallen. She's bowled behind her back. Mohammed. The man's doing well on her debut here for Guyana. 2 big wickets for her. Mohammed is gone. Bowl behind her back. And wicket number 4 has gone for Trinidad and Tobago.
Beautiful bowling day by Manza. Trinidad and Tobago 64-4. Excellent delivery. Lisa Mohammed have to walk back to the dugout. Trinidad and Tobago could find themselves in some trouble here, because they wanted to score big today. They wanted to bat Guyana out of the game completely. But the bowler of Mans picking up 2 wickets into a second over, only gone for 8.
Ball pitching just behind her back and turning, crashing into those stumps. Man bowling off the wrong leg somewhat, has her own style. But doing well here for Guyana in her first game in the tournament. She has 2 for 8 and she's into her second over. Cooper is still there with 24 from 20, and this is what normally happens to these teams. The 2 Porcels getting a pretty good start. Cooper batting well, and her senior also batting well in her partnership. Just about 15 from 11 deliveries, and then she played that cross batted shot and she was dismissed. Now they are 60 for 4 in the space of about 4 deliveries. Oh, how things have changed. Then she's bowling just inside the off stump, and Ramharak, captain, has joined Cooper at the crease. Mans continue to do well. Ski here. Short delivery pull. 1 bounce. Pick up another single. The man's been very successful within our 2 overs. He has 2 for 9. Manasseh has 2 for 8. And Millington has none for 14. 2 overs apiece. And Cooper has 24. Joseph had 15. And not out. Anna had 6. Cooper has looked good in the tournament. She has not carried on the batting. She has not really scored a big score per se to establish herself in this tournament. Something that a lot of the players have failed to do. And when you look at it, you have to say West Indies would have to do players themselves would have to do a lot of work to get up to that standard that is required. Not seeing those sort of things being executed in this tournament. Action-packed power play, batting in the middle, have a nice little flurry to the end. This one is turned to square leg by Ramrak for 1. Shows continues, left arm around the wicket.
What is required here of Brittany Cooper and Ramharak Martin is for both of them to sit there and bat as much of these overs, these final 9 overs remaining.
Came back and that ball hit the outer portion of the bat. If it had missed, that would have been, she would have been in some trouble there, Brittany Cooper. She gets away. He runs another single. 63.
Really good going here for Trinidad and Tobago. Will definitely love to get at least another 40 to 45, 50 runs from the final 9 overs remaining. Neatly torn around the corner. Pick up another single is Ramharak. Not looking to get the boundaries, Martin. They're comfortable with the singles.
Seen anybody attacking the bowling, so Brittany can do that. For long reaches. Has a good blade in her hand. Well, there is that powerfully covers for another single. Don't think she wants to risk her hand this time. Cuts outside the arse. That one keeping a trifle low into the keeper's glove. And delivering in the 12th over here. Guyana stayed away from those boundary deliveries. And it's outside the leg stump. Not taken clean by the keeper. We have run on that. 2 runs. Earlier today, first game, we had Jamaica playing against the Windwards. Or you have Trinidad and Tobago against Guyana, playing for 3rd and 4th place. As the over comes to an end, and after 12 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 67 for 4. First innings of this game. Cooper is not out on 26. Mark is on 3 from 5.
Leave me to ask the question, what will definitely be a good score here for Trinidad and Tobago? We see teams that defend scores as low as 60. Trinidad and Tobago is 67 for 4. Still have 8 overs remaining. What will be a good score here for Trinidad and Tobago? Martin.
But based on the tournament and how teams have played, 100, 120 should give you a victory. But a good score for me in a T20 game, basically 145 plus at this level. But 120, how this tournament is being played, be a pretty good score.
Unfortunately, that's 145. We haven't seen any team cross at least 120. As you just see that ball trickle into the boundary, that's another 4 for Ramharak. Gets her first boundary. Trinidad and Tobago definitely having a move on here.
Another easy boundary by Ramrak. 7 from 7. 26 from 23 is a partner Cooper. There's a fuller delivery on the legs. Turn out to mid wicket. Ramrak. And it's pulled. Mid wicket. One bounce. Just to let you know that there will be the finals later this evening between Barbados and the Leeward Islands.
Five runs so far from that over. One legal delivery remaining in the 13th over. Trinidad and Tobago 72 for 4. Brittany Cooper 26 from 24. And Karishma Ramharak 8 from 9. See the completion of over number 13. Trinidad and Tobago 72 for 4.
Yeah, 72 for 4. Pretty, based on how this tournament is played, pretty good position. Teams in this tournament have given away that position for next to nothing. Lost a lot of wickets in cluster. So they have to be very careful as to how they go about this. We now and 17 overs. Get as much as possible. You would want to have a couple of good players at the back end.
Picking up the singles is very important here for Trinidad and Tobago. Eliminating the dot balls is very good as well. And getting the odd boundaries is important to have a total 7 overs remaining. 72 for 4. Really, really good going here by the Trinidad woman.
One of the better efforts you have seen in the tournament from the batters. Trinidad and Tobago putting up a decent score. Power play. Now this one is turned down to square leg. Still on another single. Grayman. Number 3 on the back. And it's ball into the leg. Cooper. He's just waiting for anything that has room on top of it. Launch into it.
LBW shout. That's out called by the umpire Abbott. And will definitely be drifting down. Egg. 74 for 4. Trinidad woman trying to get as much as possible. Brittany Cooper standing there and the non-striker, and at 27 of 26 deliveries. Captain is with her. Gonna sneak a quick single here. Big by signal by the umpire. The end of the over number 14 has come to an end with the score on 75 for 4.
75-4, pretty good score, I would say, in the context of this game. And as I said, as the tournament has been played, having another 6 wickets in your hand to come at the back end of the bowling is a very good thing. Once you have good people who can execute. Both teams have played pretty good games so far. I can't really call a dominant one. And you, Rajiv?
Yeah, for me it's even Steven here at the moment as we see Pluffy and Millington coming back with ball in hand for her third over. 1 for 14 so far from her previous 2 overs. Still at the crease for Trinidad and Tobago, the captain, Ramharat and Brittany Cooper. We see a spill catch right there. Easy chance gone begging. In and out. Millington will not be happy. There being another wicket for the Guyanese ladies, but unfortunately, captain for Trinidad and Tobago still there. Ramharat on 10 from 15. Brittany Cooper to face 27 from 26.
And this is where things get a little bit tight here. Millington comes in. You have somebody to take on somebody. Yeah, just bowl. Another delivery. Suddenly, it's drifting across the batter.
Good going by the Guyanese. Only 1 run so far of this over, followed by 3 consecutive dot ball. Millington bowling to Brittany Cooper. Another dot ball. Really good going here by the Guyanese, Martin.
Yeah, keeping things tight. The Trinidadian really had a good start. Had a nice platform set up for them. Now they are struggling to get the momentum. As this one is swept. Oh, bad feeling there. Naughty. Into the fence for 4. It was an easy stop. He went for it and it went through the hands and through the legs. And ran off the playing field in defense for 4. So, with the keeper. Millington none for 19 from 3 overs. Then current run rate 5 bad compared to what we had prior.
Griman back for her final over. 3 overs, 8 runs. Doing well here for Guyana. Shanita Griman. We love to pick up a wicket here, though. Up around the corner for a single. Ramharat to move on. 11, 81-4-4. Excellent batting here by Trinidad and Tobago. Brittany Cooper still at the crease. Beautiful bowling there by Griman. We'll definitely love to get something in that 4th column. But unfortunately, we have 3 balls remaining to do so. Haven't picked up a wicket. She have gone for 9 runs in 3.3 overs. Definitely even Stevens here at the moment. 81-44. High signal by the umpire. Really good bowling here by Shanita Grimman. Four overs, 9 runs, and no wickets. Excellent spell here by Grimman.
Yeah, brilliant bowling by Grayman, keeping things really tight in the middle of this game and pulling things back for Guyana. But Trinidad and Tobago, in my opinion, 82-4. A pretty nice total based on the tournament that has been played prior. I think they should look for a total at least 120 with this total. You have the not-out batsman Cooper, he's on 31. And her partner, Ramrak captain, not out on 11. And with that, we bring back into the commentator's booth Mr. Cato. How are we doing, Mr. Cato?
Good afternoon, Kenny Roy. Good afternoon to all of viewers again. Trinidad and Tobago nicely poised at this point in time in terms of trying to finish with a flourish to some extent. 4 overs remaining. Just how much are they able to get from these remaining 4 overs is left to be seen. You know, Kenny Roy, you mentioned something in the region of 120. That means they have to score just around 10 runs per over. Something that we have not seen a lot of in the tournament in terms of teams finishing off their innings with a flourish. But Brittany Cooper, she's going to be crucial to the outcome of this encounter, as Schultz coming back from the opposite end this time around, the old airport end, and Cooper punches it out to deep extra cover for a single. So she's been the glue in the inning so far, Brittany Cooper, and she's going to be crucial to whatever total they post here this afternoon.
Well, it's important as a senior stateswoman, Brittany Cooper, keep things in check with the Trinidad and Tobago women, and she's there with the captain of Karishma Ramharak, who is on 11 from 18. Brittany Cooper, 32 from 35, as we just saw another one tucked around the corner off the bat of the skipper for Trinidad and Tobago. Get the score move on, 83-4 in its over number 17.
That's going to be crucial as well. Getting those singles amidst any sort of boundaries is going to put a bit of pressure on the opposition fielding team. It's always going to be a challenge to keep a lid on proceedings. This one hit officially all the way for 6, I think. Oh, one bounce into the fence. For a moment there, I thought she got a bit more on that one, Brittany Cooper, but just getting enough to evade Gajnabi there on the long one bounce into the fence. So a bit of positivity, a bit of intent, and I'm sure Trinidad and Tobago will be looking for more of that sort of intent from Cooper.
Asnet, this is definitely the kind of innings I've been waiting for.
Going across this line this time, but finding the fielder there, Williams, on that deep extra cover boundary. So Cooper saying, this is the over I'm going to target. A bit of intent, and so far she's been rewarded. 37 from 37 deliveries as Trinidad and Tobago. They're now up to 89 for 4 into over number 17.
This is definitely the kind of team performance I've been waiting for all tournament. Final day of the TG United CWI Women's T20 players, Asnet. We are seeing this and show what Trinidad and Tobago can do. 89 for 4 as over number 17 come to an end. 3 overs remaining. Trinidad and Tobago is trying to get something around the region of 115, 120, hasn't it?
I think that will be the region they'll be aiming for. I mentioned the importance of Cooper, who does have the power to come in at this particular stage and find the boundaries. Having been there for 37 deliveries, I think she's now set She's gotten used to the conditions. She's timed the ball beautifully from ball one, it must be said. And I'm thinking that it's her opportunity now to really expand and show her full array of shots. Guyana, on the other hand, they'll be looking to limit her scoring opportunities as we see Munisa back into the attack. Perhaps looking for that wicket of Cooper that can actually derail the progress here of the Trinidad and Tobago women team.
Good going by Trinidad and Tobago. Munisa, 2 overs, 2 wickets, 8 runs.
So when I hit down the ground, coming around here is Grimmon and limits the batters there to a single. Not a powerful shot there from Cooper. Particularly impressive is the fact that she's aiming straight. There's no harm in going down the ground, but Grimmon there long on was quite straight. So in the end, getting the opportunity to make her way to her left and cutting off that ball. The Trinidad and Tobago up to 90 for 4.
90 for 4. Partnership of 30 from 39. Good going here by the captain of Trinidad and Tobago. Good going here by Brittany Cooper. 2 overs remaining after the completion of this 18th over. Really and truly, I do believe that they will want to launch at the end of this over, Osnet, as we see the skipper getting off the mark, get another single, giving back the strike to Brittany Cooper, the hard-hitting Brittany Cooper, who have 3 deliveries remaining.
I think that should be the plan from Captain Ramharak on this occasion. Doesn't seem to have the power for Brittany Cooper. So her role is simply to just get her on to strike, get her facing as much of these remaining 15 deliveries. Munisa, on the other hand, I'm sure she'll have other plans into a 3rd over. Quite economical so far again from Ashmini Munisa. Very consistent performers. Cooper is using her feet but not getting it into the gap. Schultz there diving away to her left, making the intervention. But certainly a lot of intent again from Brittany Cooper. Mindful of the fact that she doesn't have a lot of overs remaining. So whatever total Trinidad and Tobago gets from here, it's going to be dependent on how well she goes. Good delivery there from Munisa, just tucking up the Ramarak. Final delivery of the over. Not sure that Cooper would want a single from this delivery. I think it's more of a free hit for Ramarak. If she's able to get a boundary here, or even 2, that would be ideal for Trinidad and Tobago. Swinging across the line, and bowled all ends up from Munisa. Just too good on this occasion is Munisa. We just mentioned that it's an opportunity for Ramharak to perhaps look for a boundary, given the fact that you want Brittany Cooper at the start of the next over to be on strike. So I don't think it's a bad result for Trinidad and Tobago. But the skipper has to go. Trinidad and Tobago 92 for 5 as Ramharak goes.
Well, from observation there, Osnet, Brittany Cooper was standing at the non-striker and she basically gave her the nod for half a go. Didn't expect for her to lose her wicket, but unfortunately, as you mentioned, that it basically be good for Trinidad and Tobago. Brittany Cooper will be on strike for the start of the 18th over, with 19th over, sorry, which is good, which will be good for Trinidad and Tobago.
It's something we spoke about throughout the tournament as well. We've seen instances where set batters, they're not able to get the strike as much as they want, especially in those death overs. So on that occasion, we are saying that Brittany Cooper, having been there for a while, coming in at number 3 today, faced a lot of deliveries, 39 deliveries. She's in the best position to take advantage of whatever deliveries being served up here from the Guyana team, as we see Millington, as usual, coming back for that 19th over. So, spoke about the fact that she normally bowls some of her overs up front, but then she's always been utilized at the back end of the innings, given her experience and off spinner. Doesn't turn the ball a great deal. So I think it's a good matchup here for Brittany Cooper. Just need to choose her areas as we look at the field. Fielder there, long off, long on, deep mid wicket. Seeing the deep square leg now into the circle. There's a man there at deep extra cover. So those 4 fielders out, long on, long off, deep mid wicket and deep extra cover. Let's see how she goes. She's going across the line. So as I mentioned, just trying to pepper that onside field. Huge gap there between deep mid wicket and long on. So good option, but Millington as usual quite cunning in terms of her mode of operation. So she'll be looking to bowl outside that off stump. This one is punched down the ground. A chance for a catch. And Gajnabi on that occasion, picking it up a bit late, and then to add insult to injury, allowing the batters to cross her second rung. So that's very good thinking there from Alexander. Looking at the opportunity there for a second. Gajnabi a bit stagnant on that occasion, but thankfully for Trinidad and Tobago, Cooper is back on strike.
But for Trinidad and Tobago is now or never. And as Cooper swings again up in the air, will it get into the boundary? Yes, it will. 4 runs to Cooper, 4 more runs to Trinidad and Tobago as they're getting closer and closer to that 100 markers net.
It's that area we spoke about a couple of deliveries ago. Brittany Cooper looking to go on that onside. Deep mid wicket a bit straighter. And there's a huge gap there. So I'm thinking maybe the captain can perhaps bring in that fielder long off into the circle and employ another fielder on that onside, because clearly it's an area that Cooper is going to target. Once again going across the line, not timing it as well this occasion. A chance for run out, direct hit. And she was on her way, Brittany Cooper, but thankfully for her and the Trinidad and Tobago team missed the stumps completely. Showman Campbell there at mid wicket, not getting that direct hit. Brings Alexander into strike. Let's see how she goes. Punching that one up to that mid-off region. So single. Brings Cooper back into strike. 1 delivery remaining. How would she play this? I think if the opportunity presents itself for boundary, she'll take it and trust her partner to get on strike for that final over. The next best thing for her is to actually get a single and retain the strike for the final over, as the 100 comes up for Trinidad and Tobago as well.
Well, as you spoke, Asned, the field has just been spread. There's gaps on the field for easy single.
Oh, just losing her mind on that occasion. Losing her concentration, using her feet. And once again, the experience of Millington coming to the forefront. Just pushing that one through. Cooper looking for the big shot. I mentioned that if the opportunity presented itself, she would have taken it with both hands. But looking to perhaps play in a more front foot role on that occasion. And in the end, losing a wicket at a crucial time. How crucial a wicket that could be for Trinidad and Tobago. It's left to be seen as they are now 100 for 6.
100 up for Trinidad and Tobago. 6 wicket down, 1 over remaining. Beautiful stumping there. Good wicket keeping there by the Guyanese wicket keeper. Brittany Cooper gone a 46 form of 44 at the crease for Trinidad and Tobago is Alexander. As we see Munasa for her final over. 3 overs before this one. 11 runs, 3 wickets.
But start again, a bit of drift away from the right-handers. Bowling that one a bit slow as well, Munisa. Showing her full array of skills throughout this tournament. West Indies play as well, so a lot to play for in terms of Munisa. This one is punched to the offside, but diving stop. Good bit of commitment there from Schultz. Has been in the walls in the field, diving around. And in the end, limiting the batters there to a single. Single so far from this final over, 2 deliveries completed. Trinidad and Tobago, 101 for 6. How much can they get?
How much can they get? 4 deliveries remaining. $101 on the board, 6 wickets down.
This one is walked into the onside for a single. Samaru getting off the mark. Not a lot of time remaining. And it's important that you score off every delivery. You don't want a situation of conceding dot balls in this final over. Alexander, she's been there for 3 deliveries. Can she get something out of the middle? Can she find a boundary from somewhere? The onside is quite fortified at this moment. Swinging across the line is Alexander. And the partner there not answering in the affirmative. No run, a dot delivery again from Munisa. The offside, does not feel that they are deep extra cover. The mid off is in the circle. Swinging and not any sort of power on that occasion from Alexander. Coming back for a second, will challenge the fielder on this occasion. Throwing back at the keeper's end. In the end, completing 2 runs. So a bit of aggressive running there from Samaru. Pushing her partner Alexander for the second. And in the end, making it quite comfortably. Not the best of throws back to the wicket keeper. If something on the bunks would have been recommended. Final delivery coming up, 104 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago. And she's swinging again, missing, and Mangu does all that is required at the end of the innings there. Stomping of Alexander. The Trinidad and Tobago, they end their 20 overs on 104 for 7. Not a bad effort with the bat in the context of what has gone on before us. But Guyana, I'm sure they'll be quite pleased with their efforts to some extent. But we all know that 100 or so is a competitive total in this tournament.
Very, very competitive. A score over 100 here. The Trinidad and Tobago women who definitely have a well-packed spin ball attack. They're going to throw what they thrown at them before in the previous encounter. They're going to go again and go hard. 104 for 7. The Guyana women will need 105 to win of their 20 overs.
So, action here in the Cricket West Indies Women T20 Blaze. Match number 2 of the final round of fixtures in this tournament. Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana. Guyana winning the toss, electing to bowl first. We're looking at some of those highlights. First wicket to go was that of Saw. Just kind that one. And Gajnabi taking a quite comfortable catch in the end. Munisa amongst the wickets once again, getting the breakthrough. Bowled quite miserly. Joseph looked quite accomplished throughout this innings. That one just choking it through mid-on for a boundary as well. But in the end, just hitting this one straight to Schultz at mid-off. And her wicket was crucial. But Brittany Cooper, she came in and from the very first delivery looked quite positive. Looked to be up for the challenge. And while she was there, Trinidad and Tobago, I'm sure they would have been harboring thoughts of getting somewhere in the region of 120, 125. Very good innings from Brittany Cooper. And that one punched backward of square on the onside. Bit of a misfeel, something that we have seen throughout the tournament. And this one, Kirby, bowled all ends up going across the line. Monday getting her first wicket. This one was a beautiful delivery. A bit of drift down the leg side to get rid of Mohammed. A bit of turn as well. A good spell from Man, but this one was a bit short, and Captain Ramarak just pulling that one down to final leg for 4. Good partnership between Ramarak and Brittany Cooper. Cooper this occasion sweeping, and once again the Achilles heel for most of these teams in this tournament. Missing that one completely. But going down the ground, one bounce into the fence. Good option. Employed, that was a feature for innings going straight. Ramarak looking to pick things up in the latter part of the innings. Bowled all ends up. And Cooper continued to dominate proceedings. Not a boundary for her, but looking to replicate previous boundary, just losing her way. Mangu doing the tidying up behind the stumps. And that was a crucial wicket at the last delivery of the 19th over. And in the end, Munisa continues to take wickets. So Trinidad and Tobago women, after being inserted here this afternoon, they finished their innings on 104 for 7. It means that Guyana women, they will need 105 for victory if they are to take this third place in this Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blaze. So what we'll do, we'll take a short break and return with live action of the run chase in just around 10 minutes time. Welcome back to all our viewers. Viewers from Trinidad and Tobago, viewers from down in Guyana. There, I'm sure you're glued to your screens, hoping that your teams would finish on a high in this tournament. Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blaze 2026. You're looking at the third place playoff between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. All around Guyana, they won the toss, elected to field first. Trinidad and Tobago, their turn at the crease. They made 104 for 7, led mainly by Brittany Cooper. And their turn at the crease now, Trinidad and Tobago. Looks like Anissa Mohammed to start proceedings. And to start proceedings here with me is Kenroy Martin. Good afternoon to you, Kenroy.
Good afternoon to you, Asnet. Good afternoon to the viewers. Interesting game on hand between these two teams, Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Guyana would have to come really good today to win this game against Trinidad and Tobago. As Mohammed goes the first delivery, that delivering something that we have seen over the tournament, probably too much of it.
It's Grimman sisters to start proceedings. Shanita Grimman, the more aggressive of the two. So far in the tournament, she has gotten off to a couple of starts. Just hasn't been able to carry on or batters long enough to really put consistent pressure on the opposition. It's another opportunity for both of them here to put their hands up and be counted.
Yeah, indeed. Neither innings like the one played by Cooper from one of these sisters. This one is in the air over the top. Good aggression being shown here very early into the fence for 4. Good shot.
Mention her aggressive nature, Shanita. That occasion, given a bit of whiff outside the off stump, tossed up as well. Her eyes lit up, just timed it well enough to get it over the infield and into the fence for 4. So her first boundary and first boundary for Guyana in this reply.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of those deliveries from Mohammed. They don't come every day. So a good shot to open your account. Good positive one as well. One is punched down the ground nicely. Easy as that. You have picked up 5 runs so far in the over.
Good cricket there from Grimman. Pulling her length back there was Anissa Mohammed, and Grimman onto her back foot and just punched that one down to long on. Good cricket, type of cricket that we want to see more of at this level.
This brings Relina into strike. This one is driven nicely. Good stop there by Kirby at mid-off. Seems like she has taken that spot permanently for Trinidad and Tobago. He's on the field, mid-off. There's a slip, a backward point, square cover, and a mid-off. This one is short, pulled. Would it have enough legs? Yes, it does. It have lots of legs. It's run past the boundary for 4. So good start here by the Grimmans and Guyana. Pretty good over to start proceedings here.
Not the best of deliveries on that occasion. Kept a bit low, but Grimman on that occasion, she was a bit low in her stance as well. So she was able to reach it, and in the end, getting it backward of square. Alexander there on the deep mid-wicket boundary had no chance really, as this outfield is quite quick at this time of the year. So 2 boundaries coming out of that over, and Guyana 9 without loss, chasing 105 for victory.
Yeah, pretty good start here by Guyana. Have to keep the momentum up. Really get yourself in a good position. Try not to lose too much wickets. Maximize the power play. And really pace yourself really in this game. You're 9 without loss, without taking any undue risk. You'll have to get a total of 105. One of these sisters has to bat through the innings with the likes of Gajnabi.
Just a confirmation, Kenroy. I've just been informed reliably that the sisters, they are similar surname. Interestingly,
their names are spelled the same. They're from the same island, from the same village as well.
Williams, though, both of those sisters. This one is walked nicely behind square onto the onside. Should challenge the boundary. And despite the valiant effort there of the fielder running back, just not able to keep that one in. So succession of boundaries here at the start of this response from the Guyana side. Really on this occasion. And Score moves up to 13 without loss.
Yeah, really good start here by Trinidad, by Guyana. In reply to Trinidad and Tobago, 30 without loss, 3 boundaries. Loose deliveries as well been bowled by these Trinidadians. And they've been dispatched lovely. Batting here by the Grimmans. Well, not sisters, not relatives either.
Not sure, Kenroy. I have to check. Or
This one is pitched up, good delivery outside the off stump. Good comeback there.
our connections in that part of the world. But for now, good start from these two. As we see Amrita Ramtahal, right arm seamer into the attack. Often we'll see Trinidad and Tobago start with seam.
Yeah, we haven't seen it in the tournament really. We have seen spin from the start right down to the end. We have not seen Ram Tahal bowl any pace really in the tournament. Good to see her today, having a taste of the new cherry. "13 without loss. She runs away from us. Pitched up and hammered. Doesn't feel it cleanly. Oh, direct hit. The umpire is in a good position to say out or not out. She shakes her head, Maria, but not out, says the umpire. One more run to the total, 14 without loss. Good aggressive cricket by these two.
Shot quite powerfully again from Shinita Grimman. Captain there at mid-off. Rambarak. Not able to field it cleanly. Spotted the opportunity, those two, to get that single. And in the end, they were able to complete the run successfully, despite that direct hit.
This one is punched off of a length. So that tells you that this is a pretty good surface. Straight to the fielder. There's a sweeper and a deep mid wicket. Those are the two persons roaming the boundary. Slip as well. Shot pulled. It's in the gap. It's gone for 4. Taking advantage of the pace on the ball here. These two. Another boundary. 18 without loss.
Short of a length delivery, just sat up really and said thank you very much. Picked up the length quite early, and in the end deposited that one in front of square on the onside. That fielder there at deep mid wicket, trying to make a way around, but it was nowhere close to it in the end. So good positive start from the Guyana team, something we saw from the Trinidad and Tobago as well. So good positive cricket within the power play as they move up to 18 without loss. They require for the 87 from just around 18 overs or so.
Yeah, they got to keep the momentum. They got to keep things going here. As the field has been adjusted, the sweeper comes in. Kirby runs in. And the square leg goes back. Ram Tahal, she's pitched up and is driven sweetly. She will not catch that one. That's his run into Port of Spain. That's gone for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, classy there from Ridiana Grimman. Just coming on to the front foot and caressing this one beautifully, bisecting that fielder there at cover and mid-off and into the fence for 4. Certainly good exhibition of shots here earlier on in this response.
Yeah, that's like from Bobby's to Georgetown, Guyana. Beautiful shot running across the river. Have you ever gone to Guyana?
Not yet, Kenroy. Certainly on the bucket list at some point in time.
Lovely island, lovely place that is, man. Always busy. Lots of stuff to see. Excitement all over. 22 without loss. Unique people there.
Just to go back to something we spoke about earlier in terms of our assessment of the teams, Kenroy. Guyana coming into this tournament as defending champions. Not sure what would you say in terms of your assessment of their performance throughout the tournament?
They have been up and down really. Up and down. The batting is the one that has failed them really. Like most of the teams in this tournament, their batting have not really come to the fore. Their bowling has all their own, but the batting has really let them down. And when you have batting The middle of your batting is not as solid as it's supposed to be. When you're dependent on one or two persons up front, then it becomes difficult. And this is what I've seen in the tournament, where 2 or 3 batters go, then the middle of the team collapses, and then the end doesn't have anybody to hold up, and everything just goes to shreds. But that is the issue there, the batting of the team. Like a good start here, 22. You lose 2-3 wickets, and then everything falls down. Need to look at that as well. But Guyana in this tournament, they have played some good cricket, but unfortunately, they're here playing for 3rd and 4th place.
Just to pick you up on terms of that batting issue, you look at the makeup of the team, these two at the tops, I think they have power. As you mentioned, they're able to get the ball into the gaps at times, get those boundaries earlier on, but it just hasn't been sustained enough. And I don't think the Guyana team on a whole has the type of power within that middle order to really pick up things later on. I think they're more of a team that if they lose all the wickets, they are able to accumulate more of. The makeup of the team is more of accumulators, the likes of Mangro and Williams and Schultz and these players. They needed players like Gajnabi and Sherman Campbell. I know she scored a half century in one of the games as well, but just hasn't been the type of consistency that you would need if you are to go deep in a tournament.
Yeah, the batting didn't come together as it should. One didn't take over the other. So you didn't have that sort of exchange. As it is today, this one is punched. 2 covers. They don't have enough legs to get to the boundary. So it was caught. 2 more runs to them. 24 without loss. And the thing is that they normally get starts like this. And then one of these batters gets out. And then everything goes to shreds.
Just looking at Shinita Grimman though, I think she's a good looking player. She always seemed to get herself off to somewhat of a start. Seeing that she has some power. Does go over the top at times as well. Good play off the back foot as we saw in that last delivery. Just going back, giving herself a bit of room to go through the offside.
I'm just about to say this. Every time they are in a good position, somebody plays the horizontal bat shot and a wicket goes. So the first wicket have gone for Guyana. They're in a good position, no need for that risk. A ball that was pitched just on the off stump, she went across the line and she's been bowled.
Bit of an inside edge there, trickling back onto the stumps there from Shinita Grimman. I was just giving her praises in terms of the fact that she's always shaped up well at the wicket, but just doesn't seem to get her innings deep enough to really put pressure on the opposition. We've seen that she has a bit of power, a bit of timing, but once again, getting off to a reasonable start and losing a wicket at a crucial point, especially in the power play, given the fact that they've had such a good start, 24 for 1 into over number 3.
Yeah, you don't need to risk it like that. You could have come into the wicket, work it down to third, mid on, mid off, knock it in the gap, horizontal bat shot again, causing problems, and she goes back to the hood. Probably very much disappointed. After getting such a lovely start, played some good shots. And there she is playing across the line, inside edge onto the stumps. And she's gone. Trinidad a strike goal, 24 for 1. Ramarak, skipper, doing the business here for Trinidad and Tobago. First delivery, tickle to mid wicket, good single. That's the kind of cricket you have to be playing. Run hard, put it in the gap, put the pressure on the fielders. It's a good start here by Campbell.
So quite a bit of that when the Trinidad and Tobago were going quite well. The likes of Brittany Cooper and Joseph.
Yeah.
Then we saw the captain herself, Rambarak, and Cooper walking the ball nicely into the gaps.
And she's looking to go down the ground, open up that defense and almost sneak through. But the over comes to an end. After 3 overs, it's 25 for 1. I think this is probably the first time I'm going to say it's not a bad start at all.
Captain there coming in and getting that crucial breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago. For a while there, Guyana seem to be running away with things. Grimman, Benita Grimman and Liliana Grimman. Good opening partnership. 20. Coming to the creases. Captain of the Guyana team, Charmaine Campbell. Player with West Indies experience, a player who we've seen quite a bit of. Just like to get into our innings by walking the ball into the gaps. Later on, you will see a bit more aggressive intent from her. It's certainly someone that you would need in a situation like this, just to bring a sense of calm to proceedings.
Yeah, I agree with you there. The experience, the ability, the knowledge of the game as well, and the adaptability of Campbell. So good delivery to start proceedings here. Harry Turan. Flat fast. So they have resorted back to the spinners. 1 over of pace. Had enough of that, says the captain. This one is a good one again, but good cut shot. Finding the fielder. It's Campbell.
I just want
Opens her arms like a forward eye.
I just want to speak on an issue there in terms of the fast bowling in this tournament. When I say the term fast bowling, I use that term quite loosely as well.
Yeah.
Seam bowling, maybe that's a better word, better term to use at that point in time. And if you look around the West Indies team at this point in time in terms of the female team, there's certainly not a lot of fast bowling options going around. So I'm thinking that this type of tournament, you want to encourage more fast bowling to come to the forefront. You know, for example, in the under-19 tournaments, they normally specify fast bowlers bowl a certain number of overs, especially in the power play and that sort of thing. So I'm looking at a lot of these teams, and apart from the Leeward Islands, where we have Claxton and Hector starting proceedings, a lot of them tend to use spin in the power play. So I'm thinking from a developmental perspective, if it is that the organizers can perhaps put something in place that we could have seamers, at least the seamers for maybe 4 overs up front, at least. So we could have some fast bowlers gaining the experience of bowling in the power play under pressure. I'm not sure what you think about that suggestion.
Yeah, I think the same thing should be applied. And this one is pounced upon, pulled over mid-wicket into the fence for 6 by Grayman. A short delivery from Harry Charan, and she pounced on it, and it went flying over mid-wicket for 6. Good shot.
Not the best of deliveries, but once again, Grimman, Liliana Grimman, seem to like that particular shot. Anything short of a length, she is able to time it well enough, especially on that bigger side of the ground. This occasion, timing it well enough to go all the way for 6. Previously, we saw her hitting one bounce into the fence. So she continues to impress. 18 from 7 deliveries as Guyana, they're up to 32 for 1.
Yeah, really. She had some pretty good start. She's on 18 already from 7 deliveries. Oh, good delivery. Stand up and punch that one to cover. Was looking for a little bit of room as well. But well bowled by Harry Turan. The over comes to an end. And 4 overs have been completed. 32 for 1. Not a bad start at all by Guyana. Even though they have lost the wicket. No problem. Cooper got 45. Joseph 15. And Harry Turan, she got 12, I think. Brianna Amarak, Guyanese, say hi. You doing? Sun is not too hot for you there. Guys are doing pretty well. Ladies, that is. 72 for 1. Amarak with the ball. Skipper. Just flighted it on the legs. Good feeling there by the 15-year-old. Very enthusiastic. Very good arms as well. Into the wicket keeper. Good cricket.
Good bit of cricket there from Shiria Jairam. Haven't seen her with the ball as yet, but quite electric in the field. At age 15, you tend to have a lot of energy. Kenroy.
Reverse sweep been implemented. There's a loud appeal. She thought that she had that one. So 32 for 1. Do you need to play that shot?
Yeah, short lapse in concentration there from Sherman Campbell. Right out of character as well. Not the type of player you will see taking that much risk at the start of her innings.
Well, ball, that one was flighted. Took the pace off of it. Only finding the fielders that covers. Very packed offside field. 4 on the onside. This one is flighted. She turns it into a run. Really good run in between these two. Good communication as well.
That's something that is synonymous with Sherman Campbell, the use of her feet, especially against the spinners. She's one of the few players in the tournament you see coming down the track to spinners, especially when she gets set into her innings.
Flighted, and this is hammered down. Back past Corby. She's chasing. Would she get there? She does. Pull up just in front of the ropes, and they have completed 2 more runs.
Grimman continue to be positive, continue to play her shots. Another flighted delivery on the line of the off stump. Corby there at mid-off in the circle, so it was good calculated effort there from Grimman to go over her head. Just not timing it well enough to get to the boundary.
This one is hit straight to the hands of Mohammed, who takes a pretty good catch. Diving to her right. And as we spoke about it, she's gone. Grimman 20 from 9. And Guyana have lost wicket number 2. 35 for 2 now.
Well, another player reaching that particular zone in terms of 20 to 30 runs. Looking quite set, looking quite comfortable at the time, and basically giving it away. On that occasion, a good low catch there from Anisa Mohammed, showing all our experience diving forward and effecting that catch. Good wicket for Trinidad and Tobago for a while there. Grimman looks to be threatening to take the game completely away from the opposition, but Guyana women still in a very good position, having gotten off to a very positive start. They're up to 35 for 2, scoring just around 7 runs per over, and they require for the 70 runs in just around 90 deliveries. So a partnership needed at this point in time. And talking about a partnership, it's a new partnership up here in the commentary box as we welcome back Mr. Rajiv Roberts.
Well, partnership needed. 35 for 2. 5 overs completed, 70 runs from 90 deliveries. Pretty even Stevens game here at Annisville. Game number 2 on the final day of this T20 tournament, held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Remember later on, Barbados versus the Leeward Islands in the finals. It's Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana here in 3rd and 4th place playoff. And with me, as mentioned before, Mr. Roberts, welcome back.
It's good to be back. 45 for 2. Even Stevens here at Arnisville playing field. Guyana in need of 105 for victory. They are now 35 for the loss of 2 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago still searching to pick up wickets regular. They need 8 wickets for victory, or they could try to restrict the Guyanese women.
Well, they keep going. She pulls that 1-2 mid-on. It's going close to the fence, but she comes around. Good feeling. There should have been 2 really. Peelers. The batter's really slow between the wickets. Gachinabi, Campbell, 2 senior players from Guyana. I was hit between mid-on and deep mid-wicket. Peeler from deep mid-wicket comes around and pick up and restricts them to 1. 36 for 2.
This stage, Martin. Trinidad and Tobago for 29 for 1. Guyanese are now 36 for 2. We are still within the power play.
Yeah, good power play so far. One of the better power plays I've seen. Continue to bat well. This one is punched to backward point by Gajnabi. Real good feeling, good backing up here by the youngster again in action.
It's basically two of the better power players I've seen all tournament. Trinidad and Tobago get 31 for 2 from their power play, and with the score now on 36 for 2.
Gajnabi down the track. Feet dancing down the track into the fence for 4. Good shot there by Gajnabi.
Yeah, so make that 40 now for 2, and we're still in the power play. Really good comeback to the power play for the Guyanese women.
Yeah, love to see that aggression in that first half. It sets the tune for what is to come. Really, you could beat at least 50 runs from the first 6 overs, getting a total of 105. Could be cruising after that. Even though you have lost 2 wickets, you have to take the chance. Fight it again, and she's down the track. One of the better players in this tournament. I've gotten starts, but never really carried on. Had a good knock in the first game. It's now 41 for 2. That's Darby is on 5. Campbell is on 4. Campbell had an half century earlier. So she needs to carry her bat as well, Campbell. Yeah, I need 64 from 14.1. Shot delivery. Oh, she's up. She's dropped. It was hit with some power as well. The hand is on the hips. I'm wondering, how did I drop that? Yes, you did. Pulled it with some power. Hands got to it. It got to her faster than she expected. And ballooned out. And a catch go up begging again. 41 for 2.
41 for 2 after 6 overs. Hola. Waiting to see coming to this attack. Jairam. Only 15 years of age. Tear the Guyanese apart in their last encounter. Give Gajnabi a surprise. Get her wicket. She stood at the wicket when she been bowled for another 30 seconds. Still in shot.
Yeah, that was a really good delivery. Beating her all ends up bowling her down. That is where things started to slide for Guyana. But now they're in a pretty good position. 41 for 2. This power play. Run rate of 4.57. 64 from 84. Again, this is punched straight to Mohammed at cover. No run. Sun is still with us here. Tanzania playing field. As we move deep into the evening. Seems to have some damage to the finger there. Mohammed calls a physio for some attention. The umpire takes the ball. But really, pretty good start here by Guyana. In reply to Trinidad's 105. They are 41 for 2. With Gajnabi on 5 and Campbell on 4 from 12. Current run rate is 6.65 and the required run rate is 4.65. So with that, we'll take a short break here and return after getting some attention there from the physio to bring you more coverage. Well, back here at Arnesville, some attention has been paid to Mohammed. So we're back and we're ready to go. He's in the same position, 64 needed from 83 deliveries. Gajnabi's on strike. And Samaru is with the ball in hand. Flighted Gajnabi striking that true backward point in the air somewhat. Seems like she's on a mission today. She picks up another single. Seems to be rather aggressive this evening, Gajnabi.
Yeah, and it's definitely good for Guyana. Have two of your better batters there. Need to have a go. If you're at 15 overs and still looking for 20 runs, you should be able to get easy.
Yeah, like the aggression shown, the intent as well, but you have to be careful. Samaru. Again, that's gone down the road. Somebody's coming under it. Would she take the catch? She does. Taking on the field at the long on boundary. And she perishes, Campbell. She goes back to the dugout. Guyana, 42 for 3. Flighted delivery. Went for it. Fila is waiting as she comes in. Settle herself. Good catch. Come on to me. I say, I got you.
Another big wicket there for Trinidad and Tobago. Jermaine Campbell, 4 from 12. Still at the crease is Gajnabi, 6 from 5. 42 for 3. 6.3 overs. Trinidad women still searching for 7 wickets, while the Guyanese are searching for 63 more runs to be victorious in this encounter. Third and fourth place playoff right here at Arnesville Stadium.
Yeah, she took on the fielder that was on the boundary. The mid-off was up. She got to the pitch of that delivery. She went across the line and hit it straight to the fielder down there, who stepped in about 2 or 3 meters and took an easy catch above the chest and have lost a wicket. Should have really taken on that field at mid-off. Really, that would have been my choice. But unfortunately, she went the other way and she have lost the wicket. 42 for 3. The Campbell goes back and the new batter is Mangaroo. He joins Gajnabi and they need another 63 runs from 81 delivery.
The new batter is the Mandi Mangru. Teaming up there with Gajnabi. 42 for 3.
Successful Trinidad and Tobago. Still in a good position, Guyana, even though they have lost 3 wickets. 42 runs on the board. Lots of balls to come. 63 runs to get. Samaru. Top 1 already. Then big flight to delivery outside the off stump. Just sliding through into the keeper's glove.
Really good going here by Trinidad and Tobago. Samaru in her force over, picking up that important wicket of Campbell, giving the Trinidad and Tobago team some hope of pulling off this victory here against Guyana. New to the crease is Mangru. Facing her third delivery, yet to get off the mark. Gajnabi, 6 from 5. At the end of over number 7, the score is 42 for 3.
Hello, earlier in the day, Brittany Cooper got 46 from 44. Joseph 15 from 18. Ramarak 13 from 25 and 4 for 15. Manasa, pick of the bowlers for Guyana. And we are presently at 42 for 3 Guyana. In reply to that 105, current run rate is 6, required run rate is 4.85. And the 63 runs needed from 78 balls. Yeah, so a pretty good game on hand. As we see the youngster being introduced. She picked up 4 wickets against Guyana in the last innings. The last game she played against them. So your thoughts of this introduction?
Well, this is definitely the matchup I was looking for.
Jairam.
It was a bit difficult to get her off the square of Gajnabi. Surprised Gajnabi in their last encounter. It's important here, Martin, to see who get the better of who.
I think Gajnabi is going to play her game. She's going to be aggressive towards her. She has to be very careful. There are 3 fielders on the onside waiting for that shot across the line. She has to be very meticulous when it comes to selecting her shots. Flighted again. Nice loop. Gajnabi down the track, dancing down the track pretty early.
I think with that kind of delivery, 2 need your long off back, Martin.
Oh, that's a no ball. Bounce about 3-4 times before getting to the batter. That's the art of leg spin. Comes out good sometimes, doesn't. All a learning process here. Jairam. She is. She's down the track. She's got her again. No, it's a free hit. A free hit. Oh, that was a goner. Jeez. Giving a free hit. Didn't see the signal, Roberts. Lost that somewhere.
Well, this is definitely the matchup as I mentioned before. And even it was a free hit, run past a delivery like that. 4 more balls remaining in the over. We'll see how this go from here.
She's trying to hit that ball out of the ground. She's just trying to get to that ball. An inner portion of the bat tickles out to mid-wicket. And as you said, Jairam, even the better of Gajnabi, she has to be very careful here. She's the last of the batters really for Guyana. Senior batters. She needs to carry her bat as far as possible. If Guyana is to get close to this total. This time she's hitting it. Lovely. Over mid-off. Into the fence. 1 bounce. 4 runs.
Mentioned that field before. Martin, with that where Jairam is bowling, you definitely should have your long off back.
I think you should pull up the square leg, push the mid off back. He's not bowling short. Doing it now. The adjustment has been made. Is it too late? Gajnabi has gone down the track. She's on 10. From 10. Guyana 47 for 3. 58 runs needed. 7 wickets in hand. The sweeper has come up and the square leg has gone back. The adjustments has been made again. Can't be too far outside the off stump. It's to be within middle and off really. Keep things tight. So once she tries to drag it across the line, that's a dangerous shot to be playing for leg spinner. Could easily sneak under the bat when you close the face. Inside edge onto the stumps. So a good over so far, even though she was hit struck for 4. She has done well. This time straight back to her. A really good over being bowled here by Jairam. So over comes to then 47 for 3, 104 was the target. Guyana 47 for 3.
47 for 3. Guyana women still in need of 58 runs if they are to pull off this one here at Arnesville. And at this stage, it's basically even Steven. Trinidad and Tobago were 46 for 2. Guyana 47 for 3.
And this is where Cooper played a pretty good innings here. Hit the ball on the ground, pick up the ones and the twos, dispatch the bad balls, run pretty good between the wickets. They had a good partnership between Cooper, the other two batters, and really set up the total for Trinidad and Tobago. Guyana ought to do the same thing here. Mangu. This one is a full toss. Would get to the fence. 4 runs, bad delivery. Goal by Samaru. Thought that was a bit high though. No signal from the umpire. .51 to 50 coming up. 8.1 overs. Pretty good batting here. The delivery flighted outside the off stump again into the keeper's glove.
Amaru into her second over. 1 for 5 so far. Picked up 1 wicket.
Punched them to mid-off. Go through into the wickets. The bowler didn't collect. Backed up nicely as well. Good cricket, good supporting cricket. 52 for 3.
Do not want to bowl any loose delivery for Gajnabi. 10 from 12. Mango 5 from 6. Guyana still need 53 from 69. With ball in hand for Trinidad and Tobago is Samaru.
Nabi down the track. Dancing down the track. Punched nicely down mid-off for another single. This one is full straight into the hands of the 15-year-old who doesn't make a mistake. A full toss. And she pulled it, well actually swept it into the hands of the 15-year-old whose eyes are lit up and her hands are safe as can be. Another wicket goes. Guyana have lost wicket number 4.
15 years old. Jairam. Ball in hand, Martin. To start the next over. Gajnabi still there. We will love to pick up the wicket of Gajnabi for a second time.
I am having a pretty good time here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Good introduction to women's cricket. She's fielded well. She's bowled exceptionally well. Now she's taken a catch. Seems to know what she's about. At 15 years old. 53 for 4. Guyana. It's all left now to Gajnabi. Mangu. Gone back. Caught for 5. After bowling of Samaru, who have been a pretty steady bowler for Trinidad and Tobago in the middle. And consistently takes wickets in this tournament. My co-commentator has made mention of the lack of fast bowling. Something to take note of.
And new batter today, Chris, is Ashmini Monasa. And still searching for 52 runs for victory. They already have 53.
Samaru continue to plug away at that half stump as he overcomes to an end. 53 for 4, 9 overs bowled. Manasa has just come to the wicket. He haven't scored. Greyman got 12. The other Greyman got 12, 20 from 10. Really good start for Guyana. As we said, they got into the crease, played some good shots, then got out. That is why they are 53 for 4. Half Centurion has gone back to the pavilion, Campbell. She won't be able to help them today. But Gajnabi is there on 11 from 13. And she would be ably supported by Manasa. Going to over number 10. Halfway period in this game. 52 runs needed from 66 deliveries. Mohammed comes back looking for that crucial wicket of Gajnabi. Offside is well populated. Gajnabi comes on the track, hits it in the gap. When they get to the fence, Cooper comes around. Cuts it off. Restricts them to 1.
Isa Mohammed back for her second over. Only gone for 10. He'll be bowling to Manasa, who yet to get off the mark.
Down the track, trying to find the gap. No successes yet. Another dot delivery. The sun comes out in all his glory, probably for the last time for the evening, as it heads to the eastern side, western side. Mohammed continues. She's once single, but Gajnabi is not interested. He said, stay there, you stay and bat. You don't need to run each other out. But good tight bowling here by Mohammed. 54 for 4.
It's important that both batters there, Martin, bat until at least the 10th over. Then you can definitely assess for the final 10 where you want to be.
Oh, it's in the air.
Should be an easy catch.
Oh, my word. Oh, as easy as Sunday morning. Trying to turn it on the onside, hitting the edge of the bat, the upper portion, and an easy catch for the wicket keeper. And wicket number 5 goes down. What's that? Dali. Guyana have lost wicket number 5. And with that, we take a break here at Arnesville playing field with Guyana. 54 for 5, looking for a target of 104. Gajnabi still unbeaten on 12. As the players refresh themselves, we would do that here as well. And we'll be back in a bit to bring you more coverage of this contest between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago.
Welcome back to the Annisville Sporting Complex. Just saw a wicket falling just before the drinks break at the halfway stage. Still 1 over remaining in this over, the 10th over of this response by Guyana. 54 for 5. Have lost their way somewhat, given the start that we had from the Grimmons. And more so, Liliana, who really looked quite positive in terms of her stroke play. A couple of lusty blows, including a big 6 over deep square leg, but in the end, just losing wickets at regular intervals now, the Guyana team. That requires run rate just around 5 runs per over. And it's Mohammed to finish off this over. Good delivery, a loud appeal. And umpire Abbott unmoved. A lot of movement from the Trinidad and Tobago team as we see again looking to effect a run out. So a lot happening here at the Annisville Sporting Complex. In the end, Guyana did manage to retain their wicket as 10 overs is completed, the halfway stage. And Guyana looking to chase a total of 105 for victory. They are 54 for 5.
Well, I certainly like the plan that the Trinidadians came back out with. You have to get wickets by any means. That's one definitely pass close to the bat. Umpire Abbott says not out. The batter is scampering for a single. Try to effect the run out after about 40 seconds with ball in hand.
I think it was a case that the ball was dead basically, having elapsed that period of time. 54 for 5. Guyana losing their way a bit. Spoke about that after such a positive start. They've just not been able to get those batters who were able to get a start to stay long enough to continuously put pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago team, as we see Samaru coming into her third over.
5 wickets down for the Guyanese. Trinidad and Tobago still searching for 5 more wickets. If they could get that big wicket off Gajnabi, Trinidad and Tobago will all be smiling. Guyana still need a 54 victory.
And the wicket of Gajnabi becomes crucial at this stage. It's been there for a while, 13 from 15 deliveries. A couple of lovely shots, finding the middle of bat with some regularity as Gajnabi. Hasn't had that sort of large score in the tournament. We've seen a couple of starts from her. I'm sure by her own admission, she'll feel disappointed with her efforts so far in the tournament with the bat. But here is an opportunity for her to come good. Pressure situation for her team, having lost half of the side. It's an opportunity for her to build a partnership here with Williams and those players to follow if they are required. Williams hitting this one up, actually a chance for a catch again. Saw as it is, diving away, but not able to hold on. So an opportunity goes a begging there for Trinidad and Tobago, despite a concerted effort there, a very good effort from Saw, but in the end offering an opportunity for Williams.
Well, it's certainly a good effort there by Saw as she was running back. Always difficult when running back. Very, very good effort. What should have been the 6 wicket down for Guyana still remain at 5. The score on 57. Guyana still searching for 48 more runs. Trinidad and Tobago still searching for 5 more wickets.
I think it was actually Cooper, they at mid-off. Just very fine, yes, Cooper, number 35 on her back. So diving away, having had that good day with the bat, I'm sure her confidence would have been high in terms of trying to effect that catch, but in the end, just spilt it. And gives Latoya Williams an opportunity to bat again. Quite aggressive from what we have seen from her in the tournament. Likes to play her shot. Not sure if that is the way to go at this point in time. I think it's a matter of just getting a partnership going with Gajnabi, who's been there for 15 deliveries.
Yeah, important that they do have a partnership. Picking up quick singles is very important. Eliminating that ball is good for Guyana. Not so good for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, I think the plan here from Trinidad and Tobago would be to just get a few dot balls going, try and push that scoring rate up to 6 and beyond. The time that scoring rate reaches 6, it tends to rise quite quickly. So 58 for 5. Currently, the required run rate just around 5.13. But a couple of dot deliveries as well as wickets would certainly limit the progress that the Guyana team can make. At least they will not be able to progress as quickly as they would like, as we see another over coming to an end, an over where a chance was created but not accepted there from Cooper. But Guyana, at the end of 11 overs, they are 59 for 5. Williams just coming to the crease on free. Gajnabi, she's been there for a while. She's there on 14.
Slow going here in the middle phase for Guyana. Only scoring 6 runs off the last 3 overs. If they are to win this encounter against Trinidad and Tobago, they will definitely need to up the tempo a bit. Eliminating the dot balls, score 5 to 6 runs per over will be good for them. But 9 runs, 6 runs in 3 overs, Osnet. It's very, very slow going here.
Yeah, it's that period of time where wickets, this is what wickets can do to a team chasing. When you continuously lose wickets, then you have no sort of momentum really. And Trinidad and Tobago want to continue in that particular vein. Most of the wicket here of Gajnabi. This one is punched neatly out to Alexander. Chance for second. Should be able to get it quite comfortably. Good pressure being applied there on the fielder from Gajnabi, using all our experience. Latoya Williams there responding positively as well. So they'll need more of that in terms of putting some pressure on the fielders without taking a lot of risk.
Doing well here for Guyana is Gajnabi. Another single on offer. Now 17 from 18. Trinidad and Tobago still searching for that wicket of Gajnabi, as Gajnabi gonna have a conversation with her partner. Very, very good. 4 deliveries remaining in this over from Lisa Mohammed, her third. She have gone for 13, picked up 1 wicket.
But like I said, given what we have seen from Latoya so far in the tournament, her technique doesn't seem to suggest any sort of permanence. Seem to be one of those players who like to get going, plays her shots. And quite contrary, she goes back and defends that one off the wicket. Maybe partly due to the conversation a couple of deliveries ago from Gajnabi. But they will need to get that sort of partnership going. That required run rate still below 6 runs per over. Looking for a signal that would have been suicidal. Peel. And I think she's back safe, yes. 43 from 8.2 overs. Guyana, 50 deliveries, 43 runs. As long as that gap between bat and ball and runs continues to be existent, sure the Guyana team would be quite pleased. Don't want a situation where the balls fall below the number of runs required. I've seen teams so far in the tournament, whenever they've been under sort of pressure, they've really folded and folded quite quickly. Ooh, good delivery. A bit of turn, a bit of bounce. Ever so often, we've seen deliveries like that. Whenever the bowler put a bit of revs on the deliveries, just getting a bit out of the surface. This one, a chance for run out. Direct hit and quite close. Umpire Abbott signaling not out. But captain there, Rambarak at mid-on, coming in quite quickly. Direct hit, always interested. But in the end, the umpire judging that one to be safe for the batter. As we look at the replay, she just got her bat down in time. And it's the end of another over. 12 overs completed. Guyana, in their quest to chase 105 for victory here this afternoon, to claim third place in the Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blaze. They're up to 63 for 5.
The run rate just jumped over 5. Well bowled there. Well bowled there by Samaru.
And it's a bit of a doubt here. Just looking at the replay again. Yes, missed the stumps quite comfortably in the end. For a while there, the fielders around the bat, they were quite excited. Thought that it was a bold decision, but in the end, well done there by the umpire. As Samaru again continued proceedings from that old airport end into her final over. Being quite a very good spell coming in to back up the other spinners we have seen on show. 2 wickets as well, always important. Something in that 4th column. As Williams is driving quite handsomely, timing it well enough to get past the diving captain there at extra cover into the fence for 4. So a bit of relief there from Williams as Guyana, they move up to 67 for the loss of 5.
What I could say here as net, Trinidad and Tobago have so many options. They could throw the ball to anyone at any given time, any stage in the game. Still have the captain to bowl, still have Jairan to bowl. Kirby could bowl as well. So many options.
Indeed so. It's also about employing the right option at the right time. As she's swinging again. This time around, appeal for stumping. Wicketkeeper saw on that occasion dislodging the bails, but thankfully for Williams and the Guyana team, she was steadfast. Looking to go over the top as we look at the field. There's a fielder there mid-on and mid-off, so quite tempting, it must be said. There's also a ring of fielders on the offside. No one back saving a boundary, so it's an opportunity for Williams, if she's able to get any sort of bat like she did previously in the over. Runs on offer, certainly. Final delivery for spell, Samaru. As we see change in the field, that fielder there, Corby going back to that deep extra cover region. Williams punches it. A chance for a run out. Where was she going? And once again, certainly keeping the fielders here interested. Latoya Williams, fighting Maverick and innings so far. 8 from 15. But a lot of appeals against her. But thankfully, she's still there for the Guyana's sake as they are up to 67 for 5. They require for the 38 runs from just around 7 overs.
Slow going here by Guyana. After that brisk start they got by Grimman, both Grimman. 67 for 5 after 13 overs. Required run rate 5.43. Current run rate 5.15. Still at the crease. Gajnabi 17 from 18 and Latoya Williams 8 from 15. Still need a 38 runs for victory. 42 balls remaining. As we see, Brianna Haricharan back for her third. Her 2 previous over went for 13. Trinidad and Tobago definitely need to see the back of Gajnabi here. 7 overs remaining. Haricharan with ball in hand, bowling her third over.
I think this game is shaping up to be one that can go down to the wire. As we see Gajnabi again quite fluent in terms of using her feet. A ploy that she has employed quite successfully in her innings so far. Guyana up to 68 for 5. Brings Williams into strike. Latoya Williams. They're looking to get going in terms of her innings. this sort of fluency. As we look at the field, fielder there, deep extra cover, deep square leg. Those are the two fielders out. Everybody else in the circle looking to squeeze Williams to some extent, try and keep Gajnabi away from the strike as much as possible. He's hitting this one down the ground, just falling short of the captain there again. So living quite dangerously is Latoya Williams. But all's well that ends well for her, as that one just fell short of the captain there at mid-on.
And Latoya is on a strike. The field tends to be in. All she have to get good enough connection. And we will see a different ball game here, Osnet. But on strike is Gajnabi, who trying to get Guyana to the total of 105. Single taken. Back on strike is Latoya Williams. 74-5 is Guyana. Still searching for 35 more runs for victory.
Continue to show positive intent, these two. They've been able to get the ball into the gaps and get some singles. Haven't been bogged down to any extent, which is good to see. A chance for run out here. Corby, direct hit. I think direct hit on that occasion would have seen the back of Williams. Once again, living quite dangerously, Rajiv.
I think if Kirby did attack that ball a little bit more, instead of allowing the ball to come to her, it would have definitely been a different ball game there.
Well, she had to hit the stumps in the end. And unfortunately for her and the Trinidad and Tobago team, wasn't able to get that direct hit. But certainly a risky single at that stage from Williams. Bit too close to comfort from a Guyanese perspective. But they're up to 71 for 5 into over number 14.
Good going here by Trinidad and Tobago. Slow going by the Guyanese.
Using her feet again is Gajnabi. Seem to be quite prepared to do so. As a bowler, I think you're always in the game whenever a player is using that sort of tactic. Just need to get one in the right region, maybe a bit of turn, maybe a bit of misjudgment on the part of the batter. This time, getting to the pitch of it, stroking it out to long on for a single that ends the over. 5 runs coming from that over, just in line with what is required at this particular stage. Guyana, they're up to 72 for 5, with 6 overs remaining.
What is important here, Asnet? For the start of the next over, Gajnabi will be on strike. And we see the captain for Trinidad and Tobago back with ball in hand. Very, very good for Trinidad. Trinidad and Tobago is doing well. Guyana somewhat crawling. Still need a 33 from the final 6 overs.
But it's still less than a run a ball, Rajiv. So as a batting team, you'll back yourself to get these runs. I think from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective here, wickets certainly would be order of the day. If they're able to get the wicket of Gajnabi, that would be priceless basically at this particular stage. Gajnabi, I think her role in this partnership will be to pace as much of the strike as possible. Similar to what we said in terms of Brittany Cooper when she was at the crease, as this one is a quite laboured effort there from Jairam. Allows the Guyanese batters to cross for a second. And 2 more runs added to the total, 74 for 5. Just wondering if we'll see the likes of Jairam back into the attack at any stage. It's building up to be a pressure situation for Trinidad and Tobago. I'm not sure if, given her inexperience at this level, they'll want to risk giving her another over, getting into that death over period to the 15th over. Swinging again is Gajnabi. Not timing it well. Should be able to get a second as Alexander comes in. Quite powerful arm. But in the end, not able to prevent that second run. And Total moves up to 76 for 5. A couple of doubles to start this over.
4 runs off the first 2 balls. 4 more deliveries remaining in this over. 4 runs off the first 2 balls is very good for Guyana. It could continue like this. It will really boost confidence of Gajnabi to even try to go big.
But I'm looking at her in the last couple of overs or so. She's been quite inclined to use her feet. It's a bit risky, I must say. Given the fact that you're requiring less than 6 runs per over, so still no need to panic as a batting team. If you're able to score 6 singles per over, you'll be up with the scoring rate. Once again, using her feet, but not in an attacking sense this time around. Just punching that one down the ground. A bit of a misfield there from the captain. He'll be quite disappointed with that. Allows the opportunity for a single as Guyana moves up to 77 for 5. Requiring a further 28 runs, and they have all of 33 deliveries to do so.
Even Stevens here, 3rd and 4th place playoff. Guyana taking on Trinidad and Tobago. Captain still trying to see the back of Gajnabi. She's on the non-striker and she will have Williams to deal with. 10 from 17.
Good delivery on that occasion. Bit of turn, a bit of bounce once again. Something that we alluded to earlier. At times, the spinners tend to get a bit of assistance by way of turn and bounce. Evidenced on that last delivery. Toya Williams just working this one out to the cover region. Not a dot delivery, so after such a positive start to the over, the captain has been able to pull things back somewhat. 2 dot deliveries, 1 delivery to go. As she sends out Alexander to that deep extra cover boundary. Long on as well goes back. Joining at deep mid wicket as those fielders outside of the 25-yard circle. Punching this one officially. A bit of miscommunication, but in the end, not costing the Guyanese this time around, but it's the end of another over there from the captain. 5 runs coming from it. And Guyana, they are 77 for 5. And they will require for the 28 runs from the remaining 5 overs.
Even Stevens here as net. Contrast to Trinidad and Tobago, after 15 overs, they were 80 for 4. Guyana now 77 for 5.
It's not a lot in terms of the run scored. Guyana losing that extra wicket. And it's at this point as well that Brittany Hooper was going quite well. Gajnabi going quite well here for the Guyanese. 25 from 25 deliveries. As we see another change in bowling. It's going to be Harry Charan to take up back proceedings from here. The Beckwith end, and to take up proceedings alongside me to call the remaining of this 3rd place playoff is the big man himself, Mr. Kenroy Martin.
I'm back. Good afternoon to everybody. Quiet times here. Gajnabi pulls that 2 mid wicket. Another single. She's very important in the outcome of this game for Guyana. Needing another 27. She needs to carry her bat all the way to the end.
It was a bit laboured there, that single. We'd like to see it again. Because a direct hit, I think, would have seen the back of Gajnabi. And we've seen a couple of those instances where the running between the wickets between these two haven't been the best. As we look at it again, punched out to that mid-wicket region. Fielder there going around to her right, it was Mohammed. And yes, a direct hit would have certainly done it for the Trinidad and Tobago. Unfortunately for them, not making any sort of contact with the stumps. But it's a single to start the 16th over as Guyana moves up to 78 for 5.
Yeah, that would have been a corner there. Notwithstanding, Williams has been given a very good support as well. That's very good.
Well, I think Williams is actually living a very charmed life in terms of her running. Quite a few occasions now, the fielder there at mid-off, I'm wondering if she can come in a bit closer or attack the ball a bit more, because she's been given somewhat of a life of motivation to some extent to get that direct hit. Just hasn't been able to do it, Kobe. At least not so far.
Oh, this one is in the air. It's falling short of the fielder at mid-wicket. Held up in the pit somewhat. Gajnabi was through the shot before he got to her and hitting the upper portion of the bat and falling short of that fielder. As you said, they are living some charm life, these two batters.
Just some half chances being offered to the Trinidad and Tobago team, and they've just not been able to take advantage of those half opportunities. Defending such a total, you need everything to go your way. So far, they've been able to get 5 wickets, but this 6-wicket partnership is really getting into that dangerous territory.
This one is in the air, falling short of somebody at mid-off. Again. As you said, well, fortune favor the brave. They've been doing it, I mean, getting through with it. So they continue to do so. Trinidad and Tobago need to turn these half chances into chances.
Once again, punching that one officially is Latoya Williams, but just away from those 2 fielders, that one at extra cover and that field at mid-off.
Ajnabi giving herself some room on the leg side, stroking it down to mid-off. A good shot though. Really well played.
She's looking once again for perhaps that boundary opportunity, Kenroy, which I don't think that is totally required at this stage. Looking at the required run rate, just 5.5. I think she can bide her time for the next 2 or 3 overs or so. Just ensure that she's there, because if she's there, you get the feeling that Guyana would certainly take this one home.
Yeah, once she's at the crease, there's a huge possibility that Guyana would win this game. As I said, they are heavily dependent on her for this victory, 82 for 5. She's set on 28. Another good start. As pretty much unorthodox feel in set for Williams here. Mohammed right on top of the crease basically, as he overcomes to an end. 16 overs completed, 82 for 5.
It's quite interesting that on that final delivery, Kenor, they didn't relax the field. I thought a better option would have been to try and give this strike to Latoya Williams for the start of the next over. The captain on that occasion thought otherwise. We saw, as you mentioned, that innovation in terms of field set. Anisa Mohammed being quite straight. In the region which we have seen Latoya play a lot of deliveries officially. But in the end, thankfully for the Guyana team, Gajnabi will be the one on strike at the start of the 17th over, as Guyana they're up to 82 for 5.
Yeah, critical over this is, and it's been bowled by a veteran, really. Lady with a lot of experience on her shoulders. Mohammed will be bowling her final over this game. Final over in this T20 tournament. Will be critically important how she goes about it. 5.75 required run rate. Gajnabi is on 28, she's on strike. The partner Williams is on 22. Giving her good support. Critical over. Flighted down the track. Gajnabi playing it safe, picking up that single. I think Williams has been given the license to take chances. So, saying.
Well, having conceded 10 runs from her first over, Anisa Mohammed, she's been able to restrict the batters in the next 2 overs or so, just conceding 4 runs. So it's a critical over, as we mentioned before, coming in with all our experience. Given the state of the game as well, she'll want to push that required run rate above 6 in this over if she's able to do so. As we see Latoya Williams on strike, how will she play this one?
Well, everybody's inside of the circle except for one person at mid-wicket, and she's going down the track. Waiting it back to Mohammed, who feels rather casually. No run, dot delivery, very important. As you said, she lived a charmed life. She's taking her chances. That unorthodox mid-off is there waiting. Fighting, and she's going. There's a loud appeal. That foot is taken inside of the crease. She's going with all her might.
Yeah, swinging for the fences is Latoya Williams. Good bit of bowling as well. A bit slower there from Anisa Mohammed. Using all her experience, all her guile to try and get this breakthrough for her team in her last over.
Williams is hitting it down the road. She's getting under it. Oh, she spills it. He spoke of the charm life she's living, and Trinidad and Tobago has given her another life.
Brittany Cooper again on that occasion. Second time around, giving a life to Latoya Williams. Had to step back a couple of paces. Difficult chance, but one that you would expect her to take at this level.
Indeed, at a crucial time like this, you need to take those catches. But that brings Ajnabi on strike, who punches to covers, takes another easy single. Oh my, how would this pan out this evening for Trinidad and Tobago? Having given this lady so many chances.
Certainly innings packed with chances and half chances for the opposition. But the most important thing from a Guyanese perspective is that she's still there, forming this partnership of 31 from 42 so far, her contribution being 13. But the bulk of the scoring has been done by Gajnabi. But the partnership overall is one that is important.
She's swinging across the line. That horizontal bat shot always puts you in trouble. And Mohammed has struck. Vital wicket of Williams. She goes LBW to Mohammed. Trinidad has taken another wicket.
I think the only doubt on that occasion was whether or not that delivery pitched on the stumps. And if you can have another look again, just to ascertain where it pitched, certainly was going on to hit the stumps. As we look again. Yes, I think just on around that middle and leg stump. And going across the line, as you mentioned, Kenroy. And in the end, umpire giving a rather simple decision in the end. So Guyana, they lose their 6th wicket. Latoya Williams goes for 13. And Trinidad and Tobago looking to claw their way back into this contest. Guyana up to 85 for 6.
Well, this is where the experience of Gajnabi comes in. He's now batting with the lower order. Would know the kind of metal that she's made of. With this sort of target in front of her. 20 from 18 deliveries. Play smart cricket, you'll get home.
Indeed so. Mentioned the importance of Gajnabi at the crease. An experienced player, a player who has played at the international level as well. So I'm sure she'll be quite alert as to what is required in this particular situation. Required run rate for the first time going above 6 runs per over in this innings. Largely due to that brilliant over last time around from Anisa Mohammed.
Veteran Mohammed doing the job here for Trinidad and Tobago. Goes to another veteran again to bowl this penultimate over. It's crunch time here. Goes to the medium pacer of Kirby. Could pan out nice for them and it could go against them here. It's Kirby. This one is punched through covers. It's called for one. Will she get a second? I think she's looking for it and she does. I think Gajnabi likes the pace on the ball.
It's an interesting option from the captain to resort to pace at this stage of the innings. And we spoke all in terms of whether or not we'll see Jairam again into the attack.
I would have brought her back.
Certainly a big decision in the context of the game. 20 from 3 overs. Kobe. We're looking to replace her captain, and indeed she does that. With the big wicket here of Gajnabi, we were just mentioning whether or not this was the right option at this particular time. Gajnabi there moving away to her offside, looking to access that onside boundary. In the end, perhaps thinking a bit too much, overcomplicating the situation, a bit of a slower delivery as well. Look at eternity to arrive, but when it arrived, it managed to take out that leg stump of Gajnabi. She looks up in the air in disgust as Guyana, they lose their 7th wicket. It's now 87 for 7, big wicket.
Indeed, indeed. From the experienced Kirby, skipper deciding to go to an experienced bowler at this point in time, and it worked out very well for her, getting that key wicket of Gajnabi for 30. And really, as we discussed earlier, you would have gone to the experience or you would have gone back to the inexperience. Skipper decided to stick with the experience that worked for her. So pretty good for Trinidad and Tobago. Guyana now 87 for 7, 3 wickets to go. This game is not over as yet.
Not the best of shots once again there from Gajnabi Kenroy. Just got the sense that she overcomplicated the entire situation.
Indeed.
It was just a matter for batting as much of these remaining overs as possible. Scoring rate required just around 6.75. So singles could have still contributed somewhat to their scoring rate. And I'm sure with her power and ability, she would have been able to pick up the odd boundary somewhere along the line. Somewhere along the line now, she would have thought to herself that attacking Kirby was the way to go. In the end, succumbing to the guile and experience of Kirby.
Kirby continues. Pitched up delivery. Not much pace, but it's a good line and length. Experience of Kirby all these years, coming out in this over. And as you said, Gajnabi overcomplicating things here. Doing a little bit too much. Simple ball game. Wait until the 19th over or so. Really take a chance with your wicket. Knowing that you're the last batter. Should have really done that. She took the chance pretty early against Kirby. Kirby won the battle. It's 87 for 7. 18. Just about 15 deliveries. The umpires having a discussion.
I think because of the slow over rate, they've now signaled for the final power play. Get back to that as Kirby again punching this one up to the bowler Schultz. And both players here new to the crease. Something that the Guyanese would have dreaded happening at this particular stage where you need a sort of momentum into the back end of the innings. Gajnabi, certainly the wicket that they would want to be there at this particular stage. And one thing about you, those persons who are very good at chasing, they will always say to you, you have more time than you think.
Yes, indeed. She didn't think about that. She thought of the situation on hand and really overcomplicated things. But Kirby, taking it every day, taking things one ball at a time. This time the hit. Oh, she's out caught. The veteran Kirby works for Trinidad and Tobago. They have put their confidence in the two veteran bowlers, Mohammed and Kirby, and they have picked up 3 wickets between them. Very important wickets.
Looking there to be a bit more positive. Schultz on that occasion, not timing it well. And Harry Charan coming across there at mid-wicket to her right and effecting that catch. So another wicket goes, and Guyana, the wheels seem to be falling off here at the Annisville Sporting Complex in this third place playoff. They now require further
15 from 12 deliveries.
Actually 18 from 12 deliveries. So certainly a tall ask. A few overs ago, Kenroy, the required run rate was just around 5.4. He was saying it's just a matter of getting those singles and keeping up with the rate. We're now seeing it soar to 9 runs required per over. Certainly going to be a difficult task. But given what we have seen from a lot of the Guyanese lower order in the tournament so far, they don't seem to possess the sort of power that might be needed to reach this sort of total.
And the non-striker was running down to the other end. The other batter never really responded, Millington. But Williams was running with all of might coming to the other end, and Millington never responded. I think it's panic, really. that sets into the camp of the Guyanese. My opinion, a pretty easy game, just like that. Take your ones, take your twos, look for the bad one and dispatch it. Easy single. Smart cricket.
I think that's easily said than done. We've lamented our tournament in terms of teams in a comfortable position, but just not being able to take the advantage home. Another situation developing here again today in this encounter. Guyana off to quite a positive start. At one stage scoring at over 8 runs per over. But Trinidad and Tobago just managed to chip away at the wickets. Got key wickets at crucial points. Some injudicious shots at times from the Guyanese. In the end, they are left here to climb a mountain. No, we have a mountainous terrain here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Which one of them they are climbing? Mountain Tanjus? Lasso Fair? One of the difficult terrain? They are. Again, there's a appeal, a dot delivery. Some tight cricket being played here by Trinidad and Tobago. Very impressive as well. By Trinidad and Tobago. Mixture of youth and experience. This one is swinging for the fence and she's bowled. Missed it completely. The bails went flying. Another one goes. Trinidad and Tobago on top of things here.
It was only a matter of time before we saw that big shot coming from Millington. Situation certainly demanded such. Required run rate just 13.7 runs per over. And Ramarak again amongst the wickets, her third wicket in this innings, bowled quite well with changes of pace, different trajectories of these deliveries into a final over. Figures of 3 for 13. So certainly led from the front, the skipper, and in the process has put Trinidad and Tobago in quite a commanding position, it must be said at this stage, with Guyana requiring 16 runs from just around 7 deliveries.
Well, not impossible. 1 wicket to go. You'll have to give Trinidad and Tobago kudos for the way that they have kept themselves in this game all the time. They had a good start, Guyana. Fell away, came back. Trinidad came back into the game again, and they're here now again. At the end stage, another dot delivery. And we're completing the over. So 6 deliveries remaining, 16 runs to get. Is this a hopeful task?
Brilliant spell there from Karishma Ramhara, the captain, led from the front. They pick off the bowlers on show today. Figures of 3 for 13. Ably supported by Anisa Mohammed, 2 for 17. As well, the captain and senior stateswoman in the side just standing up and being counted. Into the final over now, Guyana. I'm sure on reflection they'll be wondering where did they really go wrong. Couple of players off to some starts, positive starts, but nothing sustainable. And in the end, it's just a matter of Trinidad and Tobago holding their nerve. And they'll need to hold their nerve in this final over, trying to defend 16.
Kirby, this one has hit 2 square leg. It's running close to the fence. Would it get there? Does it have enough legs? Oh, good feeling. Pull back just in top, just inside of the ropes. The umpire would have the final say. But really good commitment there from that player. Excellent.
Yeah, brilliant in the field again, showing full commitment. On that occasion, Ramtahal chasing it right to the end. In the end, pulling out the big dive, and yes, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The sort of commitment you love to see.
Kirby just falling off. Going on wide here. Ooh, things looking interesting again. 6 deliveries still remaining. We sure 5. Ooh.
Can they get a bungry, Kenroy? Can they get a bungry from somewhere?
Mid
Anywhere?
Mid on. Looking at mid on. Pull toss. Hit to mid wicket. Picks up another single.
That was certainly an opportunity to chance your arms, but man's on that occasion just not getting the sort of power and timing on that one.
Think she does?
Thankfully for her, got a single, so Williams back on strike. Maybe the more likely of the two to get a boundary.
Boundaries needed here. 11 from 4. 1 wicket to go. This one is down the track. I told you Midon is somewhere in Midon is bounced once. She's coming back. Did she get there? She's struggling to get to the end. There's a throw to the stumps. Not out, says the umpire. He picks up 2 more runs.
I think that was close, Ken, right?
It was.
Certainly a laboured attempt there from Mans to come back for that second. It was a good shot. Timed it well, but not well enough to get over the fence. Anisa Mohammed again into the game. Always involved. Good throw to Kirby. And, I think she just got in. And based on what we saw there, a better throw. I think she would have been a goner.
This one again. Two square leg. She's hitting it. She's coming in hard. Good feeling. Aggressive feeling. Very backed up as well. Oh, look at this. Now she's out. Calling for the second run. That was suicidal. And that's the end of the game. Run out. 96. And what a way to finish things here, guys.
A competitive game in the end, but Trinidad and Tobago, they will feel that they deserve to come out on top given the fact that they've played more consistent cricket throughout the duration of those 40 overs or so. In terms of their batting, Brittany Cooper, she held the innings together, was able to forge partnerships all the way down and managed to get up to 104 for 7. Guyana, positive start, as we're seeing a bit of a highlight package here with Grimman, Shanita Grimman and Liliana. Really took a liking to the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers all year on. A couple of lusty balls through the onside by Liliana. We'll see a 6 at some point in time. Really peppered that onside field. And whilst they were there, I'm sure Guyana would have been harboring thoughts that they can challenge this total and challenge it quite comfortably. As this one was punched into the onside, a couple of bounces into the fence. This partnership was crucial for the Guyana team. A lovely shot there, perhaps the shot of the day. Just leaning onto that one is Liliana and got it through the gap and most importantly into the fence. A bit of a freak dismissal to some extent there, getting the inner portion of the bat and just trickling back onto the stumps. Saw the end of Liliana. She continued in her aggressive way. Another shot on the onside and punching that one straight to Anisa Mohammed, who was in the game all the time, diving away to her right to take what was a comfortable catch in the end. And Gajnabi joined, and from ball one, she was quite positive, using her feet quite effectively. Campbell, perhaps out of character on this occasion, just kind that one, and Cooper takes a comfortable catch in the end, despite the fact she didn't have the best day in the field, Cooper. Put down a couple of chances, but Gajnabi continued to be aggressive to the spinners, using her feet, going through the offside on that occasion. Mangru joining her, a couple of freebies being offered and took full advantage of those Mangru. But this time around, just picking out the 15-year-old Jairam there with a sweep shot. Soft dismissal from Mangru. And this one again just walked into the onside. Quite innocuous, it must be said. Simple dismissal. So they lost wickets quite consistently. This partnership for a while threatened between Latoya Williams and Gajnabi. But swinging across the line, easy decision there for the umpire as Mohammed made her way back into the attack and back amongst the wickets. Corby, the biggest wicket of the day for Trinidad and Tobago, getting rid of Gajnabi, wondering perhaps what has I done? And continue to lose wickets again as Corby. Couple of important scalps later on into the piece. Ramharak as well, bowling. All ends up. And in the end, just too much for the lower order to take in order to get Guyana up as the final wicket went to that run-out route. And in the end, Guyana succumbing to Trinidad and Tobago women by 7 runs. So competitive game despite what we saw earlier on in terms of the start of the day. Windward Islands going down to Jamaica quite comfortably. But looking forward to later on, Kenroy, Barbados versus Leeward Islands. Certainly two of the most consistent teams in the tournament. What are your expectations?
Yeah, it should be a crack of a game, really. Leewarders have played very consistent cricket, solid cricket. They have a very experienced team as well. And Barbados, a very youthful team. They have played very good team cricket. They have played together. And they have played a cricket that is rather different to the others, Barbados. So we would have a very interesting game on hand. Who would win that game? I'm not too sure. Both teams are very consistent. And that would come up in the next couple of hours, so 7 p.m., where we have some other commentators who are doing that task, who will be looking from the stands. So join us at 7 p.m. where we have the finals between Barbados and Leeward Islands in this T20 blast here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we have the final game on the final day of this T20 tournament. So join us in a few, and we'll be back to bring you coverage.